Today on Peace Talks Radio, the Rainbow Gatherings.
There it is, the welcome home sign.
Each year for over 35 years now, thousands have converged on national forest land around the 4th of July to celebrate freedom and pray for peace.
10,000 people come together and to try and manifest that kind of intention. I'm not naive, but it can't hurt.
What have you heard about the Rainbow Gathering?
Conflicting stories. One, that they're a threat, another, that they're peaceful. So I came here to find out.
We'll take you inside the 2009 event in New Mexico to find out if there are real peace lessons to be learned from the Rainbow Gatherings.
Is how do the Rainbows deal with somebody who comes there who's angry, who's yelling at people?
What do they do?
Hug them, ask them if you'd like some tea, just kind of smile at them, see if they want to go swimming.
Inside the Rainbow Gatherings.
It's like going camping with 7,000 of your best friends.
Today on Peace Talks Radio. This is Peace Talks Radio, the series on peacemaking and nonviolent conflict resolution. On our program, we look at peacemakers throughout history and discuss strategies for resolving conflict nonviolently in our lives every day. I'm series producer Paul Ingalls, and our co-founder, occasional host, and now field correspondent, Suzanne Kreider, had the idea for today's program. 2 words she said to me, Rainbow Gathering. Suzanne is here in the studio with me now. Hi, Suze.
Hey, Paul.
So, what had you heard about the Rainbow Gathering that made you think it was a good Peace Talks Radio topic? Maybe starting with what it is and how and why it started.
The Rainbow Gathering started in July 1972 in Colorado. It was formed by a group of young people from the West Coast who wanted to create a temporary communal community. I'd heard about the gathering for years and had this stereotypical view, that's just a bunch of hippies in the mud. But a friend of mine who I met about a year ago told me that he went to the gatherings a lot and that there was really a more serious purpose. There are 2 purposes to the gathering. The first one is for a communal group to live peacefully together with each other and with the earth. The second purpose is for once these people gather, they pray for peace together. I thought those were 2 really strong reasons to try a Peace Talks show.
Yeah, and I agreed. So I remember you telling me gleefully one day that the 2009 gathering was going to be held in New Mexico near our show's home base here in Albuquerque and that you wanted to go. So how did you prep for it?
I wanted to get more of an informational or theoretical background, so I did some research on the web. I found an amazing book by Mike Nyman called People of the Rainbow. He has a very, very detailed history. It was his doctoral dissertation. It's an ethnographic study of the Rainbow people.
Plus he teaches on the college level.
Exactly. He teaches American Studies at the University of Buffalo. We talked with Mike Nyman from radio station WBFO near his home in Buffalo, New York. He started by comparing the Rainbow Gathering to other historic communal groups.
The term utopia actually means no place. It stems from the Greek because you really can't have a utopia. But what the rainbows do is they aspire towards a utopia. They move themselves in that direction and create an example for society how we can move in that direction as well.
Well, how close do you think they've gotten to a peaceful community?
There's violence there, which is actually why it is in fact a peaceful community. If you have a society where there is no violence, then they actually are not confronted with violence and don't really have the opportunity to practice nonviolent conflict resolution. The rainbows, what really makes them rather unique among utopian societies is that they are non-exclusive. They accept everybody under rainbow ideology. Everybody with their belly button and those people without belly buttons are rainbows. So if you just show up at the Rainbow Gathering, including if you're a police officer who might not actually be there to participate, if you show up at a Rainbow Gathering, rainbows see you as a rainbow. And included in this group would be violent drunks who most folks would rather not associate with. But what they do is they provide Rainbow with the challenge of how do we confront this violence nonviolently. And if you look at the 37-year history of the Rainbow family, there's really some remarkable transformations, personal transformations. whereby people who originally came to the Rainbow Gathering as alcoholics who are violent, who actually wouldn't enter the Rainbow Gathering, they would camp on the outskirts in something called the A Camp, eventually, over the years, migrated into the Rainbow Gathering. Some people have spent, decades working in Kitty Village, for instance, in the child care center, or cooking. So there's a lot of transformations that do take place where there has been some success. And there's a lot of areas where there just hasn't been success, like any other, project.
It is a utopian community, and there's an excerpt from your book I'd like you to read on the bottom of page 204 about what makes the Rainbow Gathering unique. Could you read that for us, Mike?
Sure. It has no permanent settlement or land base, no assets, no formal organization, charismatic prophet, hierarchy, or identifiable leadership. It is non-sectarian and maintains no selective criteria to determine membership. Requires no material investment or personal sacrifice from recruits. It has no work routines or requirements. It does not encourage, discourage, or attempt to coordinate sexual relations. It does not require ideological conversion nor attempt to control child rearing. By all indications, looking at historical precedents, the family should have collapsed shortly after its inception in the early 1970s.
I'm going up to the gathering, and I'm really curious what it's going to be like to not have anybody in charge. There's basically no boss, and that's really different than most of society. There's a boss at work, you go into a store, there's a boss you can complain to. How does that work to not have a boss?
You're the boss, Suzanne. You're in charge.
Oh, good.
Right? But you're the boss of you, and you're the boss of everything that you can potentially have control over. So, the way it works in Rainbow, and this is also looking at the Rainbow economy in a lot of ways, is if you see something that needs to be done normally in outside society, what Rainbow's term is Babylon, normally we say somebody should, right, and then fill in the blank, somebody should do something about this. That you don't really use phrases like that at Rainbow gatherings. If you see something that needs to be done, you do it. It's even the way the Rainbows police themselves. The Shantasena, the Rainbow Police, is actually a body of the whole. If you see a problem, then suddenly you're Shantasena, which is why you have that feeling of safety and security at a Rainbow Gathering. It's not like you're anonymous in a city, you cry for help, and people will call 911 and look out the window and hope for the best. If a child is on the trail lost, suddenly everybody becomes a co-parent. Everybody becomes a helper. If you're complaining that the latrines aren't dug deep enough, then you should ask for a shovel. And, some people will be slackers, what the Rainbows call drainbows. And just kind of like other people will cook for them, other people will dig the latrines, make the trails, and so on. And they'll just kind of kick back. But the folks who really seem to be getting the most out of the gathering are the folks who really work. There's a kind of reward there.
Mike Nyman, it sounds like even though the Rainbow Gathering is a short-term experience of utopia, what could families learn from that?
Patience. Because I think one of the things they can get from the temporary autonomous zone is that this moment in time will pass. So eventually this problem will transform into something else. It might get worse. It might go away. It's just a matter of patience and looking forward. And then also, you have to go beyond the Taz theory and just start looking at the Rainbow's commitment to nonviolence. What is the alternative to shouting? What is the alternative to anger? How can I harmonize this? Ultimately, the person that you're angry at, if you really think about the situation and what they're feeling, you wind up feeling sorry for them, hence the drainbow. Instead of being angry that you're cooking for and cleaning up after this person, you just feel sorry for this person who is not really having that rewarding of an experience, because how rewarding can it be to just kind of not really take care of yourself?
I'm so curious going up there what it's going to be like. So there's going to be 8,000 to 10,000 people, and nobody's going to be screaming at each other. So what do they do instead of yelling at each other?
Oh, no, I didn't say nobody's going to be screaming at each other. You're going to probably encounter lots of people screaming at each other. And the interesting thing, as a student of nonviolence, is to look at how does the screaming end, right? So you want to look for where people are going to be yelling and screaming, because it's very stressful. You have all kinds of people coming in. And especially right now, it's a healing gathering. So lots of people just come to the gathering because they need healing in many ways. So you get a lot of street people, a lot of people who've been homeless, a lot of people who have incredible stress in their life, a lot of people who are, are powerless in their life, who have been abused, chronically, showing up at the Rainbow Gathering. So you do get people who are tweaked, right? People who are, stressed out and screaming. And what's interesting to really look at is how do the Rainbows deal with somebody who comes there who's angry, who's yelling at people?
What do they do?
Hug them, ask them if you'd like some tea, just kind of smile at them, see if they want to go swimming. It really put a hand on a shoulder if that's appropriate, or not put a hand on a shoulder if that's appropriate. It really, what's fascinating is the spontaneity of the creativity in confronting the specifics of a potentially violent conflict.
Do Rainbow family members take these concepts and techniques out into their daily lives when they go back to Babylon?
Hopefully. Nonviolence can be very simple. If somebody confronts me in the street, there's a potential for violence, and I turn around and I flee, that is a creative, nonviolent solution.
It's a nonviolent reaction, but it doesn't really help them. It doesn't really change their behavior, does it?
It helps them because it prevents them from being in a violent situation.
Okay.
If somebody wants to stab me in the street and I prevent him from stabbing me by running away, I've just saved this person from having to go through the criminal justice system as an assailant. One of the things that the Rainbow is teaching, the Rainbow family, is, especially for men, is to back away from that machismo training that we've been receiving all of our lives, especially through popular culture and media, that I can't allow somebody to insult me in the street, that I have to go, to the death here in this conflict.
That's Mike Nyman, author of the book People of the Rainbow, A Nomadic Utopia. Today on Peace Talks Radio, we're exploring the phenomenon of the Rainbow Gatherings, temporary intentional communities held annually since 1972 on public lands across the U.S. and occasionally internationally. More about this effort to promote peace, harmony, and freedom with Suzanne Kryder, who spent some time at the 2009 gathering in New Mexico, right after this break. You're listening to Peace Talks Radio, the series on peacemaking and nonviolent conflict resolution. I'm series producer Paul Ingalls with Suzanne Kryder, who's leading us through her journey into the 2009 Rainbow Gathering. You can hear Suzanne's entire Rainbow Gathering diary at our website, peacetalksradio.com. We're getting some highlights on today's show. As Suzanne said, each year since 1972, thousands of people have assembled in the first week of July in an outdoor setting to practice living in harmony with each other and with the land, and to pray for peace. That outdoor setting is usually national forest land near some community. So Suzanne, in 2009, how did this whole thing unfold for the event in New Mexico?
The planning for New Mexico had begun early in 2009. They had narrowed it down to a spot near Taos, Tres Piedras, and the location that they ended up selecting, which is near a small community named Cuba. Because the gatherings are always held on Forest Service land, the Forest Service requires that any large gathering of people sign a permit. Now, historically, the gathering hasn't signed permits because they feel they have a constitutional right to gather without having any kind of paperwork. In 2009, it was reported that a woman named Lisa Law from northern New Mexico did sign a Forest Service permit. So in the eyes of the Forest Service, the gathering was legal. And Lisa is known for being a member of the Hog Farm, which was a group that participated in Woodstock.
Right. So the next step was you'd heard there'd be a planning meeting in Cuba some weeks before the gathering and wanted to go up there. What happened up there?
The meeting in Cuba was an opportunity to bring all the stakeholders together so that they could meet each other and the local people could ask questions of both the Forest Service and of the Rainbow people. Here's a little bit of how that sounded.
My name is Catherine Gladwin. I'm here because I'm curious.
Are you a resident?
Yes, I've lived in Cuba about 20 years.
What have you heard about the Rainbow Gathering?
Well, conflicting stories. One, that they're a threat, another, that they're peaceful. So I came here to find out.
Like Catherine, I'm curious as to what's going on. My name is Laurie Drysdale. I've been up the hill twice already to kind of, speak to them, hear the drums and all this good thing they're saying about them. But I had a very bad negative aura, well, both times, not just once. Apart from that, I just want to hear what's going to be said tonight. And then after tonight, maybe I'll have a different view on life. But right now, they better give me a little bit more convincing, the Rainbow people.
My name is Richard Bellardi, and I'm the mayor for the Village of Cuba.
And how are you feeling about the Rainbow Gathering coming in?
You know, up until this point, we really haven't had much problems with them, I guess, right now. It's kind of like learning as we go.
What are your biggest concerns that you're on the lookout for?
My primary concern is the health and the safety of the community.
What are you hearing from local citizens about their reaction?
You know what? Everybody's just been kind of just quiet about it. That's the reason I held the meeting, so I can get their comments and concerns and any questions that they might have.
Good evening. Thanks everybody for being here. We really appreciate the town of Cuba for hosting us, and we want this to be a really outstanding, smooth, profitable, healthy, and as comfortable as we can event. I hate to disappoint you, but contrary to news reports, there are not going to be 75,000 people coming through. There are not going to be 40,000 people coming through. The last few years, we've had between 9,000 and 12,000 people, and I think that that's a reasonable estimate. There's no question there have been problems in the past, but we are off to the best foot we have been off, maybe in our 38 years.
My name is Stella Sandoval, and we've seen a lot of people asking for money. Are they allowed to do that?
I guess anyone has the right to ask. You don't have to give it to them. And I'm sorry for that impact. We can't control everybody, but we try to control the people we can the best we can. And like Garrick was saying, we will have some people in town who will help to monitor that.
And looking at your websites and seeing some presentations, I see that you have some fairly elaborate buildings. Are you indeed cutting forestry trees, and how are you dealing with getting those buildings built so that you protect Mother Earth as you talk?
Good question. There are some elaborate structures. Honestly, some of the performance areas build box seats 2 and 3 stories tall. I mean, they're not stories like you'd have them here, but several layers. The rule of thumb is nothing that isn't dead and down already.
If you need the ambulances up in the mountain, that means both ambulances would go up. What's going to be the response time in case we have an emergency?
Generally, we do our own transport, so it's not like we're going to try to use your facilities, because both Garrick and me actually are from New Mexico. I've been here 30 years, and we're very aware of the impact on the local community and the smallness of it. But generally, we do our own transport.
On the wall on that side are press clips from past years. Mostly what I've posted there, what we've posted, are after the fact press clips, not about the 4th of July and about the events going on, but they're from the middle of July, looking back and saying, you know what, we all got excited, and in the end they cleaned up really beautifully, and they left, and it wasn't nearly as frightening or as difficult as we thought.
My name is Gary Stubbs. I came here to help alleviate any fears that the local population might have about this onslaught of the Rainbow Gathering that's coming.
What do you want people to know who've never been to the gathering about how it promotes peace?
I think it promotes peace by demonstrating peaceful cooperation. People of a diverse background, Christians of various denominations, Krishnas, Buddhists, Hindus, Islamics, Sikhs, Sunnis, pagans, people of their own particular religious bent, all come to the gathering from all over the world to work together cooperatively with no one in charge to build a city dedicated to peace. And I think by demonstrating peace, we show the world that it is possible. It isn't a pipe dream. We can live together in peace because for a few weeks in New Mexico in 2009, we're going to show you it can be done.
What have you learned personally about how to apply from the gathering to your own life and peacemaking in your life?
Being more patient with people. I've also found that giving a person a sense of accomplishment, showing them that what they've done now isn't just something they get a paycheck for, but when they perform a service in the family, they can see the good work. They can see the benefit. A person who digs an outhouse understands that he's keeping the community safe by controlling our waste. Somebody who goes out and cuts firewood gets to eat the food that was cooked on that firewood, gets the joy of watching others eat the food that was cooked on that firewood. And it builds that sense of community that we don't find in the 21st century in our cities.
So a little bit there from a public meeting in Cuba before the Rainbow Gathering. Now, not long after that meeting, I turned the local TV news on and heard some tease for a story coming up like, they're gathering for peace, but they're getting tickets on KOB TV.
A small group of Rainbow people outside the courthouse, dozens more inside, facing the magistrate judge. Forest rangers issuing 120 violation notices this weekend.
So law enforcement authorities issuing these tickets, has this been typical of recent gatherings?
It wasn't in the early years, but it's been escalating in recent years, according to a lot of Rainbow family members I talked with. The Forest Service says they're enforcing laws and they're trying to make it a more peaceful event that's better for the environment. And I talked with a member of the Forest Service that you'll hear later. I also asked Mike Nyman about it.
People driving to a Rainbow Gathering, for instance, driving through maybe 40 miles of dirt roads, would wind up getting stopped because of dirt on their license plates or on their windshields. And then the stop allows the police to then, use drug-sniffing dogs. So you wind up, searching thousands of people for drugs, and there are some busts, as there would be if you stopped every car on the New York State Thruway and sniffed it with a drug-sniffing dog. Police have right now regularly go through these gatherings, which are essentially religious events, right? You're gathering ultimately to pray for world peace. Go through with what Rainbow's now called the train, 4, 5, 6 ATVs with federal law enforcement officers, fully armed, fully dressed in what appears to be almost like riot gear, standing on these things, riding through gatherings, and then picking out almost at random different tents, converging on them for what I believe to be are illegal searches. And this, is just harassment because I camp in national forests and I don't really have to expose myself to any of these things if I'm not going to camp with the Rainbows.
Well, how is the family responding to this increased involvement by the Forest Service?
The Rainbows, you take it nonviolently. There's a quote from a Rainbow early. Rainbows like to refer to people who have been with the family for a long time as earlies as opposed to elders, because elder denotes some kind of hierarchy. So Rainbow early, Garrick Beck, talks, for instance, about the 1987 Rainbow Gathering in North Carolina, which really was a turning point. That's where the Forest Service became extremely, extremely nasty in coordination with local police and harassed Rainbows. And Garrick, one piece that he had written, gives you a list of like 15 different horrible provocations that the Forest Service had engaged in, and then responds with how the Rainbows didn't react. When they impounded our water line, we didn't turn around and throw rocks, stuff like that. I think that the Forest Service helps make the Rainbows more nonviolent. by confronting them with provocation for violence.
How long do you think they'll be able to stay nonviolent?
Well, let me go back to last year in Wyoming. A very strange thing happened. For whatever reason, Forest Service agents with splat-ball guns shooting pepper grenades or some kind of irritant white powder in little grenades went in and then shot up a daycare center. And all I could say is, if you really, really, really want people to riot, mess with their kids. If that didn't cause rainbows to react violently, I can't really conceive of what would.
But they didn't? They stayed calm?
They stayed calm, and it's really interesting because I was there with the film crew, and the film crew was nowhere near this event. Ultimately, for making the film, we wound up with ample footage. Because even though you're in the middle of the wilderness with a bunch of people you might want to term as Luddites, when this went down, suddenly all these cell phones came out and little video, little digital cameras shooting video, basically video being shot by the people who are under attack. I say the closest you got to a violent response is there was verbal, if you want to call that violence, I don't know. But people were yelling back. Some people got angry and shouted obscenities, which is not nonviolence. It exasperates the situation that causes the police to feel they're under attack more. But no, in fact, you had Rainbow Shantasina, peacekeepers, and they created a line between the police and the crowd of people who were yelling at the police, "What are you doing here? Stop shooting, stop," And they had their backs to the police, had their fronts to the crowd, calming people down, and they were all shot in the back.
He shot at me when I was blocking hippies from attacking him.
We got witnesses, right?
So what you're hearing is audio from one of these amateur videos taken during this Wyoming incident, taken off of YouTube. To watch the whole video, it's pretty chaotic. We have a link to it on our website, peacetalksradio.com. You do see what looked like gathering peacekeepers moving toward the armed Forest Service people, oming and trying to make peace, trying to get in between them and agitated rainbows. Some wind up in handcuffs. It doesn't seem like many details are available as to what precipitated it.
That's right. It's reported that it started with the Forest Service going into this particular area to make an arrest for some reason. A spokeswoman for the Forest Service was quoted in an AP story saying that about 400 rainbow people began to advance, and some were throwing sticks or rocks at the officers. It certainly is an example of this kind of uneasy energy between the Forest Service and the rainbows. I could feel it at the meeting, and I could feel it throughout the gathering.
So we'll hear Suzanne's radio diary at the gathering right after this break. You're listening to Peace Talks Radio. You're listening to Peace Talks Radio, the series on peacemaking and nonviolent conflict resolution. I'm series producer Paul Ingalls with Suzanne Kreider, who's leading us through her journey into the 2009 Rainbow Gathering. Rainbow gatherings have been held since 1972 on public lands across the U.S., temporary intentional communities meant to promote peace, harmony, and freedom.
July 3rd, I drove up to Cuba. It's about an hour and a half northwest of Albuquerque. I stopped in the town because I wanted to hear what some of the local residents had to say about the gathering, but almost nobody would talk to me. So I decided to head up to the site. But first, I thought it might be worth stopping at the Cuba Ranger Station, and I lucked out because I got to talk with Denise Ottaviano, an information officer with the Forest Service, who was really pretty upbeat.
I think this year in particular, it's gone really well. We had a lot of planning that was done ahead of time with people that were planning on going to the gathering, and we were able to work out a lot of differences, a lot of concerns, and on the ground, things have been going really well. We've been monitoring the kitchens and camps for proper sanitation and resource impacts, and whenever there's been concerns, we've been able to work it out just by talking to each other and not writing as many violation notices. So it's been going really well.
Our show is about making peace, and I'm curious what kind of strategies are important from your side that are helping you communicate clearly with the family.
I think talking a lot beforehand really worked to our benefit and to the benefit of the people going to the Rainbow Gathering. We talked about things that we just couldn't bend our rules for. We made some clear responsibilities and roles, what we would be responsible for, what the Rainbows would be responsible for, and we're holding each other to those responsibilities. And I think that we've been able to get assistance from the Rainbows in working out a lot of those differences and a lot of those concerns. Like when we've had people that have refused to move their tent or get out of a riparian area, we've been able to go to them and said, okay, according to what we agreed upon, you said you would not do this. So they've gone to their own people and said, you do need to move. You need to do what the Forest Service is saying. So just a lot of cooperation, a lot of communication has really helped.
I have just been in town about 10 minutes, but I have noticed a lot of state police cars. And I've also tried to interview local people here in Cuba, and they've been reticent to talk with me. Do you have a sense of how it's affecting the local community?
There's mixed emotions. Some of the restaurants and businesses here have been making a lot of money, and they're real happy the Rainbows are here. Other businesses like the convenience stores have been having some problems with them. Stealing paper products out of the bathrooms, eating out of the trash, panhandling, loitering, that type of thing. And so they've actually had to call the local police department on them for several occasions. So it's definitely mixed.
Mm-hmm. It sounds to me like the permit is very important, but the permit doesn't solve all the problems. It just helps. Would it be accurate to say that the permit helps the Forest Service feel more engaged, like they want to work with rather than against the Rainbows?
We always want to work with the Rainbows.
Even when they don't sign a permit?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, what's important to us is helping them have a gathering that is legal, safe, and has the minimal impact on the land. That's our goal regardless. But signing the permit makes it a lot easier for us to interact and manage the gathering. And it's just simply signing a permit, and it's free.
Okay. Could you give me some directions on how to get up there?
Highway 126 to Forest Road 103.
So here I am on, wow, this must be, oh my gosh, I'm pulling into the base camp, it looks like. It's been about, there it is, the welcome home sign. People with guitars, people with no shirts, people with tie-dye t-shirts, people waving, people with hats, people on crutches, people with beat-up cars, people with fancy cars, people with backpacks. Somebody's slowing me down here. Hello, sir.
Where are you going, lady?
Pardon me? Yeah, I was.
Oh, that's not a microphone, is it?
Yes, I'm with the media.
Oh, you're talking? No.
No? Turn it off?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, wow. I wonder.
I need Jimmy!
Yeah, I think I have found a camp. Because those people were definitely inebriated. Everybody's so sweet, though. I just want to hug them and kiss them. License tags from all over. Wisconsin, Colorado, Arizona, California, Oregon, Washington, Arkansas, Pennsylvania, Texas. These are just all in a row. Hey! Hey! Oh, that's so sweet. He got so excited to see me. Love you! I got parked, set up my tent, and started meeting people. Your name?
Terriani Riggs.
So, Terriani, how many gatherings have you been to?
I've been to, this is my 16th national and my 18th year of gathering.
What brings you back?
Well, if you can imagine 20,000 people coming to the same place with the intention to treat each other as family, not just the lip speak, and not necessarily succeeding in this, but with every single person having an intention to treat each other as family, that's an entirely different environment than I think any of us have experienced anywhere else. And I think you've experienced a little bit of that yourself here. There's miracles daily because the intention is that every stranger is a family member, that this is actually home. And that's something when you get 20,000 people doing that as their prayer, as their meditation, whether they succeed or not, whether they're the abused drug user kid who ran away from home, or whether it's the engineer who works for NASA, which we have everything here. If they all come together to believe this, then you have some of the most amazing magic you could have in the world right here. And that's why I come back every year.
And you?
I would be Jade Spratt, the doggy mommy, I suppose.
Excellent.
Everyone
Great.
here has, sort of monikers, I suppose,
Right.
And I think that they evolve. From what I understand, sort of like in Native American tribalism, where you're given a name at birth and then you mature and the tribe gives you a new name and so on and so forth. I see people's monikers evolving as they do things that are noteworthy and such, They get new names. There was a young man who I don't know his name, but him and I helped to put up the panels of the Sweat Lodge teepee in the main meadow. But he was so agile in climbing the poles barefoot and manipulating the ropes with his toes that he probably will forever be known as Monkey Boy. And that's what we call him, Monkey Boy.
They need to be end the war.
Here's a woman in black boots. She's holding probably a 1-gallon sterling silver bucket. She has a soup ladle. People are holding out their cups and bowls. She's ladling soup into it. Looks like a pretty thin broth with some vegetables. People are waiting patiently for her to come around. Looks like greens and maybe some potatoes in there. Hello, what's your name?
It's Rory Ridley from Austin, Texas. The underlying energy here, I believe, is service to one another. The food that comes from the kitchens is prepared by people who love the people that they're serving. The food that's brought to the kitchens is brought with the expectation that it's going to be shared with everyone that comes. So everything that happens in the woods is volunteer, it's service-oriented. People gather wood for the fires, people bring water, people pick up the trash, and it's all done out of love, of that spirit of love.
It's sprinkling now, and the sky is looking like it's really gonna rain.
My name's Casey Diaz. I'm a rainbow.
What's the essential core that you really believe in for the gathering?
As far as here, I mean, leaving the land how we found it, there will be people here a month after everybody's gone cleaning this up, picking out the little pieces of toilet paper, tearing everything down, just walking around picking up trash. And, sorry, since we promote living with the land, we try to lead by example in that way. And if we can't do that, then everything after that doesn't mean anything. If we can't hold our most basic idea to live with the land peacefully and leave it as we were, then all the details after that, mean nothing.
Describe the tattoo on your back. It says HIV positive. I couldn't read it because I'm sitting next to you, so I just wanted you to describe it.
Oh, yeah.
It's about how big?
It goes all the way across my back. I try to bring my message about that here. I wear a sign on my front usually that states the same thing. I'm not trying to scare people. I just want them to think about it and be more aware. It's just about making smarter decisions so you don't end up in my situation. I don't want to see my friends and family go through potentially what I will. And there are a lot of people out here who maybe don't consider the possibility. I'm the only person here with this tattoo, but I'm not the only person here with HIV. You know, I've had a number of people come up to me and tell me they also have HIV, you know, because I'm open about it, you know, and I just want them to be more comfortable. You know, I fight against the stigma of what it is. You know, people think if you get HIV, your life is over, and people give up. And I try to show them that that's not true. I still have a life. I'm far from, you know, over. You know, my main message is HIV, but the cores of what I believe in spread throughout every life. You know.
Here comes the soup kettle.
Yeah. Would you like some salad?
Absolutely.
Would you like some salad?
Thanks.
Yes, I'm Maya Todorita.
Oh my gosh. Where are you from, Maya?
I'm from Tucson.
How many gatherings have you been to?
I think, including this one, 2.
What do you like about them best?
It's gathering.
How old are you?
I'm 8.
What's most fun about the gathering?
It has a lot of activities and so many people share peace.
Our show is about peace. How do you experience peace when you're at the gathering? What does it feel like in your body?
Feels like a warm hot chocolate.
We're listening to Suzanne Kreider's audio diary from the Rainbow Gathering in 2009. Suzanne's in the studios with me. I'm Paul Ingalls, producer for Peace Talks Radio. So, Suzanne, July 4th is the penultimate moment for each gathering. What went down for you in 2009?
Here's what normally happens. On the 4th of July, people wake up in silence. They remain in silence. They gather at the main meadow in a giant circle. If you can imagine thousands of people, 3, 5, 7,000 people in a giant circle in silence praying for peace. People wander in as they get up. I had been told that I had plenty of time, that I didn't need to rush down there because on Rainbow Time, things usually happen an hour or two late. Ideally, what happens is at noon, the silence ends with an Om by 5,000 or 7,000 people. That lasts for about 10 or 15 minutes. That ends in a cheer that signals the beginning of the Kitty Parade, which is this huge celebration. I decided, because so many people had told me not to rush, and because it was raining so hard, that I had time to get down there. But I missed it. It's kind of like sending a reporter to report on the takeoff of the shuttle, but they're still in the parking lot.
This is a reporter's nightmare, actually.
I was so embarrassed. I was talking to a guy under a tarp in Kitty Village. It was raining really hard. He wanted to investigate my microphone. I offered to let him listen to the microphone because he said he wanted to buy one just like it.
You turn it down a little bit. That's good. That's amazing. Check 1, 2. Oh, turn it up a little bit.
Then all of a sudden I realized it was about 3 minutes till 12. I started running down through Kitty Village. All of a sudden, I hear this giant cheer.
It sounds like cheering.
I had missed the whole thing.
It looks like the parade has started already. There are children everywhere. Balloon hats. Dogs. Tie-dye blankets. Almost like Halloween costumes, clowns, spooks, lots of painted faces, butterfly wings. So the Kitty Parade is coming through a break in the circle. The kids are getting a really big round of applause. There are very few umbrellas out here, guys. It's mostly just people getting wet. A lot of folks have hats on. Some have rain jackets, blankets, but most people are just smiling with really wet heads. I'd say it's a pretty steady downpour. Not too many people seem upset about it. Not a lot of cringing or, I wish it wasn't raining. Oh gosh, I just feel so happy. All the jubilation for children. How often do we see that? Just honoring children for being alive. What's your full name?
Joshua David Marks,
Where do you live, Joshua?
Oregon.
How many gatherings have you been to?
I don't know, how many are there?
5.
5.
That's awesome. Why do you keep coming back?
Is it fun?
What's the most fun about it?
The parade.
What do you like about the parade?
There's a lot of people and they're all happy.
What's the best memory you have of any of the parades you've been in?
Last year at Wyoming, 4th of July, our family had a lot of fun when we fire danced.
You fire danced. Tell the listeners what that looked like.
There's a stick with 2 balls of fire on the end and you dance with it.
It sounds a little dangerous.
No, it's fun.
So my show is about peace. What do you learn about peace from the Rainbow Gatherings?
That you don't need to judge and everybody can be family.
Anything else you want to tell our listeners? Because sometimes people think that the Rainbow Gathering is kind of strange, or anything you want to tell our listeners about what really happens here and why it's important?
No, it's just really fun and there's a lot of people and then everybody loves each other and we're all family.
Thanks very much. What an awesome mother you are. Thank you so much. See, this is like why I'm so hopeful about the future. Wow, that was like a really unusually loving child. Okay. The sun is out and the rain is on its way. It's just huge gray clouds just standing around waiting for the next scene. And what's your full name?
Adam Garrett Clark.
Adam, where are you from?
From the Bay Area, California, but right now I live in New York.
You're an African American man, and I know you don't speak for all African Americans, but talk about the racial ratios here, because there aren't very many people of color here.
Right, that's true. Here it does feel a little strange to be, not only am I not wearing dreadlocks and all that, but I'm also a different color than everybody. So it is something to get over.
How do you do that? How do you get over it, or do you really get over it?
I don't know. I mean, I guess like all through my life, I'm always, a minority. In my workplace, I'm the only black guy there. A lot of it is my own perception that I feel outside, and maybe it's not that people actually feel that, that I'm not like them or something. But that's also part of the Rainbow philosophy, is that we're all of different creeds and shapes and sizes and colors, and we all come together.
My given name at birth was Luke Goldstein.
Awesome.
Other known as Alokananda.
Alokananda. Our show is about peacemaking. What are you most looking forward to at this gathering as it relates to peace?
I have a lot of peace within. That's what I strive to cultivate, and I'm just looking to share that with other people and find other people that are holding that vibration of peace within themselves. I think there's a powerful change happening on our planet, and that a lot of people that have chosen to come here are aware of the more profound, subtle, spiritual changes that are happening in human consciousness right now, and that is very much about peace. And I think some people here are a little more on an escapism trip, and others are really aware of what needs to change. So I'd like to stimulate some insight or thoughts for people that are kind of stuck in a rebellious culture that isn't necessarily looking to heal themselves or nurture themselves. I'm just here to spread my light.
It's a fascinating comment, because you called it escapism. Mm-hmm. What makes you uncomfortable about that portion of society?
I'll call it escapism on some level, because there's an element of that, but there's also a tremendous courage that it takes to leave the known and that I think a lot of these younger traveling, hitchhiking seekers, they know something's fundamentally wrong with the structures that we come from, but their approach is missing an element of inner responsibility. What I mean, emotional awareness, health-oriented practices. I think we're all ultimately looking for a consistency of fulfillment, and so there's something to be said about leaving the known, but balancing that also with responsibility, I think, is the key. That's the middle path that I'm trying to connect with other people that have jobs, but also, are aware that there's this change happening.
My name's Lee, and I'm from Denver, Colorado.
What is your major motivation for coming to the gatherings?
I'm a people watcher. I go to the motorcycle rally in Sturgis, South Dakota for the same reason. It's a kaleidoscope of humanity. You can sit in one spot and never get bored because it's just a constant changing of what you're feeling and sensing in all the senses that you have. That's what it is here. Myself, I don't broadcast this, but I do not come here to pray for peace. I would feel that I'd be spinning my wheels. I'm not here to wish for peace. I feel that that's just, if I've got X amount of energy to wish for, to wish with, it's not going to be for peace, because I think I'd be emptying my wish bucket on something that isn't going to happen. So I wish for something that I consider realistic. I have a friend that's terminally ill. I wish her well. I really wish that. I wish for things like that, stuff that's somewhat realistic to me.
My name is Jennifer Simpson.
Our show is about making peace. What do you expect to learn or take away about peacemaking from the gathering?
Wow, that's a really good question. Well, one thing I've already kind of taken away is that peace really is a choice. I mean, it's a choice we make every single day in every interaction. When I was up here earlier, about 10 days ago, and I know there was like a domestic disturbance, for lack of a better, and the way they dealt with it here was, instead of like hauling off somebody and arresting them and throwing them in jail, they surrounded them and owned and talked them down, basically, rather than being confrontational. It's more of like how can we heal this problem? And I don't know if that's always going to work. It would be nice to think it would. And I also really enjoyed hearing Garrick Beck speak at the town meeting when he said that we come up here and pray for peace, and then he kind of jokingly said it hasn't worked yet, but we're hopeful. and I think that's the other thing to take away from this about peace. Okay, probably on the 5th of July, the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan will not be over. I'm not naive, but it can't hurt. And to have 10,000 people come together and to try and manifest that kind of intention, I think it's pretty powerful. I mean, one small step can change the world, right?
It's gotten kind of chilly, and I'm a bit wet. I'm going to head back up the hill and head out. Maybe I'll meet some people on the path. I'm sure I will. Everybody's got a story here. Maggie Seeley! Yes, I am. Would you two like to be interviewed?
Yes, we would.
Come under my umbrella, dolls.
I am Maggie Seeley, a citizen of the world and a resident of Albuquerque.
I am Laura Eoberg, and I am a citizen of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I'm a friend of the gathering.
What would you say to people who think that, it's just a bunch of freaks out here and they're not really proving anything?
I'd say come take a look. Come on down here. Everyone should come once in their life, whether you choose to, co-create or be part of it, but you should come and see what is created down here. It's phenomenal. It's a lot of love and sweat, from many, many people coming together, and they're not making money at it, they're doing it to create a space of connection, harmony, and peace.
I just think it's fabulous that we met a truck driver from Utah. I'm, in the scale of, social and economic and vocational realms, I'm sort of far away from a truck driver from Utah, but there we were, catching shelter under the same tarp, and I'm thinking, well, I'm reminded that part of the world needs to flatten around just hierarchy. So that's what I take away. It doesn't matter how much education and money I have. We need to create enough for all.
How do we flatten the hierarchy back home in Babylon?
Well, I think a lot of flattening the hierarchy is about getting out in your neighborhood and getting out with people that you share common needs with, and the needs that you have, that are aside from money, which is like your vegetables and your water and ways to create beauty and entertain one another and keep your hope up. So hoping to get out more in my neighborhood, hoping to get out, in other neighborhoods and just kind of meet with people around those really basic things and, the basic needs, the common needs that we share, which I believe includes peace.
So, wow, quite a journey, Suzanne, at the 2009 Rainbow Gathering. How did you feel coming out of the whole thing?
This experience truly changed me. I think people change in terms of their thinking and also in terms of their behavior. The way I think about people who are part of the hippie movement has changed, and the way I interact with people has completely changed. 2 weeks ago, I was coming out of the grocery store. I saw two young men sitting on the ground up against the wall. A matter of months ago, I never would have spoken to them or made eye contact with them, but I recognized them as members of the family. I stopped and said hello. They said that their RV was broken down, that they'd been camping up in the woods for several weeks. I asked them if they were part of the gathering. They reluctantly said yes. When I told them I was up there too, it was an instant bond. I ended up talking to him for 20 minutes. I gave him some money. I gave him some food. Those are behaviors that I never would have done before. They called me sister. We shared our names. I understand now. I'm not saying that the gathering is a panacea. I'm not saying that there aren't problems with it. But I have to just say that they are people who are trying to make peace. They're trying to learn, how do people live together? How do people treat the earth in a peaceful way? And I have to give them a lot of credit for trying. And I have to say that if anything ever happens in the infrastructure of the United States and we're left without a lot of modern conveniences, I want to find some family members, because those are the people who know how to live independently on the land as people did for thousands and thousands of years.
Suzanne Kreider, thank you for taking us on your trip to the gathering.
It was a delight.
Suzanne recorded many hours of material at the 2009 gathering. A lot of great interviews we obviously didn't have time to hear today, but to get that more complete experience, you can visit our website, peacetalksradio.com, and look for the extra links on our page for this episode. Also on our website, you can hear all the programs in our series dating back to 2003, sign up for a free podcast and email newsletter, send us your comments and show ideas, and learn how you can help support this program with a tax-deductible contribution to our nonprofit organization. It's all happening at peacetalksradio.com. We also have support from the Oppenheimer Brothers Foundation, the McCune Charitable Foundation, the Peace Tales CD Project, and KUNM at the University of New Mexico. Our theme music was written and is performed by Allie Adelman. For Suzanne Kreider, I'm Paul Ingalls. Thanks for listening to and for doing your part to support Peace Talks Radio. So let's hear about your trip to the gathering. What else did you do to prepare?
Mike's book was very helpful, but one thing that was a little scary is he said a lot of time there are bears at gatherings because a lot of the campsites are very remote. And I took that to heart. So you'll hear about that in a few minutes, but I went to a sporting goods store and got some bear mace.
They make bear mace.
Yeah, they do. It's specifically for bears.
Right.
I also wanted to prepare in terms of blending in to hippie culture. And because I'd never really been involved in hippie culture, I talked with a girlfriend, Betsy, who had been involved, I learned a lot about how the clothing reflects the history of the movement.
I looked through all my clothes, and that was the only hippie top I could come up with. What do you think?
It's a good hippie top. It is. And the reason it's good is because it looks very ethnic and peasant-like. And part of the hippie thing was hearkening back to sort of a simpler agrarian time where people had a very strong sense of culture and made their own clothes. Things that feel like they would be from an earlier village time are good.
It's kind of a turquoise color. It's a bright color, and then it's got red and white, kind of zigzaggy smocking.
Yeah, and it's mostly cotton.
It's mostly cotton, a little spandex.
Well, the spandex is a modern extra, but that's okay. But it looks like cotton. Yeah, and the color, because hippie clothing was often very colorful, and that was meant to be in contrast to drab modern society where everyone is sort of colorless and looks alike and goes to work and lives life without much of a sense of joy. So color is good. So yes, actually this little turquoise smocked blouse would be a good choice.
I did good. So maybe we could find something to go with that.
Yeah, we could look for a skirt that would go with that.
Okay. Now, what do you think of this little sundress? Hippie or not hippie?
It could be, because that's the other thing, is that the hippie, part of being a hippie was also enjoying having a body. It was going back to sort of being more sensual and so it's small, so it shows off. It's got little straps and it's a little short dress, which would be good for summer, as long as it was pretty warm. And it's bright colors with flowers on it, and it's just a simple style. So actually that would work as well.
Oh, good. I'm excited. What do you think of these beads? Because hippies wear beads.
The beads are great.
They are?
Oh, they're great.
What do you like? What do you like about them?
That they are, instead of it being a really sort of sophisticated necklace with expensive gems that would have been cut and done by a jeweler, this is something that could have been put together by some lady in a village, just stringing whatever beads that they had. So colorful, but simple, not overly fancy or expensive. So yes, that's a very good choice, and it actually goes very nicely with that dress.
Yeah, and I was thinking these are little hearts. They're not heart-shaped, but I got these in India. It's a strand of sort of purple stones, and then there's another strand of pink stones.
It's good to bring up India, because the hippie movement, people spent a lot of time in India because they were very into Hinduism and Eastern religions. And so the way of living sort of simply and spiritually and mystically out on the street was very much something they brought back from India. So anything Indian is good.
There could be swimming, so I'm thinking of taking a little bikini bathing suit. Yes or no?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, in the real hippie days, you would have gone swimming naked. I don't think you're probably going to be doing that.
Is that a challenge?
I'm not making it one.
Double dog dare you?
I'm just commenting on the fact that I remember a lot of naked swimming because we thought bathing suits were stupid.
I don't know if you can smell it, but I have a little of this on. It's an essential oil. It's called Flirtation.
And it's got patchouli in it. That was the hippie fragrance for women. Yeah, no, I don't know why patchouli was so popular, but everyone I knew wore it all the time. So that's good.
Okay. So there's one more stop I have before I head up to the Rainbow Gathering. I'm in a recreational equipment store because I'd like to get some of that pepper spray or mace. When I read Mike Nyman's book, he said that bears are a frequent occurrence at the Rainbow Gathering. And I thought, well, it might be good to have some of this. So I'm going to see if I can find somebody here in the store to help me.
My name's Steele LaVale. I have worked here for 12 years, and I'm a product and service expert.
I read this book about the Rainbow Gathering. He said that bear sightings are kind of frequent. Do you think I'll run into any bears?
I doubt it.
Rats. Well, I
still think I want to get some pepper spray just in case. Is there anything else I could use it on besides bears? I mean, can you use it on... What else would be up there that I might be able to use it on?
Possibly mountain lion, but it's specifically made for bear. You're not going to want to use it on people or anything like that because it's just so powerful. So just be ready with it for a bear, but like I said, I doubt if you're going to even see a bear. With that many people up there, the bear will be scared away.
So where is it?
Let's go find it.
Okay.
We actually have to keep it behind the counter because in one of the stores, a customer sprayed some and the whole store had to be evacuated. It's that strong.
Oh my gosh.
So it's called Counter Assault. It's Grizzly Tough Pepper Spray. I guess the main ingredient is capsaicin.
Capsaicin, I think, is chili pepper or something, isn't it?
I believe it is. Yes, it is. May cause irreversible eye damage if sprayed in the eye at close range.
Now that's a pretty big can right there. How do I carry that around?
We sell an accessory holster. You can put it in a holster and carry it with you.
Oh my gosh, where are those?
Let me go find those. Hang on a minute.
This actually looks kind of dangerous. It's got like a pin that you pull, maybe sort of looks like a hand grenade on the top. Oh, this is good news. Glow-in-the-dark safety wedge. Well, that's excellent. So I don't accidentally pull it when I'm rummaging for my microphone or something. This product has a range of up to 30 feet. The canister empties in approximately 7.2 seconds. Oh my God, we're talking about one bear application. Hopefully I won't run into two bears. I wonder how much it costs.
$44.95.
Oh my gosh! And how much is this holster?
$12.95.
Wow. Maybe I'll just put it in my pocket. All right, Steele, thanks so much for your help. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
That's it. I got my bear spray. I'm ready to go.
So we'll hear Suzanne's radio diary at the gathering right after this break. You're listening to Peace Talks Radio. You're listening to Peace Talks Radio, the series on peacemaking and nonviolent conflict resolution. I'm series producer Paul Ingalls with Suzanne Kreider, who's leading us through her journey into the 2009 Rainbow Gathering. The Rainbow Gatherings have been held since 1972 on public lands across the U.S., temporary intentional communities meant to promote peace, harmony, and freedom.
It's Friday morning, July 3rd. I was going to get up early and get on the road, and when I woke up it was raining. It doesn't rain. This is the desert. I fell back asleep, but luckily the phone rang. It was my producer and best friend, Paul, offering to let me take his four-wheel drive, RAV4. Whew, what a gift. I've got a 1999 Ford Escort, and I was kind of worried about not only the rain and the mud and the washboard effect on these Forest Service roads, but also I heard that it was a pretty steep incline getting up to the site, so this is fantastic. As I'm getting ready to go, I'm feeling a mixture of things. Excitement, a little dread, and some fear. Kind of like a combination of Christmas morning and a trip to the dentist. I've been getting these email updates from the Rainbow Press crew. I got another one on Wednesday. It was titled, Third Barrage of Rainbow Gathering Tickets to be Heard Wednesday. It looks like there's another 76 family members who are expected to appear in New Mexico Federal Magistrate Court in Albuquerque for mandatory hearings on tickets issued by the Forest Service. What's happening is the incident command team is giving out these tickets and requiring that people come back to Albuquerque, which is a hassle. I think it's about 200 miles round trip. It's unusual because usually when you get a ticket like that, you can mail in your payment. What I'm really curious about is it says now that people are feeling so hassled by the Forest Service Incident Command Team that the U.S. Marshals have come in. The press release reads, now that U.S. Marshals have been accompanying the Incident Command Team on their patrols throughout the gathering, the harassment has decreased and mostly consists of their continued presence and their daily checkpoints at locations on the way in and out of the gathering. I don't know what y'all think about this, but to me it doesn't seem like a good use of taxpayer dollars to be paying the law, to be watching the law, hand out tickets to muddy people who are trying to keep their license plates clean. I'm really interested in this. I really want to talk to a U.S. Marshal and another one of the Incident Command Team about how this is all working out, because I sure hope they don't need to bring in some more law enforcement officials to watch the Marshals watch the command team. Okay, I'm going to jump in the shower. It's probably the last time I'm going to get one for a couple days. And then I'm going to pack up and head out. Here I am just arriving in Cuba. You know, it doesn't really look that busy. I'm surprised. Probably not too much more than regular 4th of July traffic coming in for the weekend. I think what I'd like to do is stop in one of the local establishments and see how things are going. See if they're getting a lot of rainbow people coming in. Cuba's on New Mexico Highway 550, which is a beautiful, used to be 2-lane, now it's a 4-lane highway that goes from Bernalillo right off of I-25, which is the north-south corridor in New Mexico, and straight up to the northwest. The sky has been clearing up on my drive. It took me about an hour to get here from Albuquerque. Huge, beautiful, puffy cloud configurations are moving to expose bright blue sky. But off in the distance, over the mountains, it's still quite gray. And that's where I'm headed. I'm standing outside the Food Mart at the local Phillips 66 gas station. We're going to go in and see how things have been going for these folks. Restrooms for customers only. Wow. I think I'll pick up some snacks before I head up. Hey, how about a grandma's oatmeal raisin and some whole cashews? Is it my turn? Oh. Hey, I'm from the University of New Mexico, their radio station in Albuquerque.
Yeah.
My name's Suzanne. I'm wondering if I could just interview you real quick for the radio program I'm doing on the gathering.
Okay.
Is that okay for broadcast? I just need for you to... Yeah, it'll be really fast. I just need for you to say your full name.
Okay. Danny Herrera.
Okay, great. So, Danny, I don't want to interrupt. How much do I owe you?
$2.99.
Okay. So I'm just curious, how's it been going with people coming up for the gathering?
It's been going good.
It's okay?
Yeah.
So is business up?
A little bit.
Yeah, not that much. You guys had any problems?
No problems at all.
Huh. How do you feel about these folks coming into your community?
I like the folks, I just don't like all the law enforcement.
I've already stopped at a couple other places and asked for some people to interview, but not very many people have been willing to talk to me. I think people are feeling uncomfortable about talking about the gathering. I'm wondering if there's more going on. I've been in town just a few minutes and seen several state police cars, and it feels a bit tense. I think I'm going to get on the road and head up the mountain. I've been striking out with the
local people in Cuba, so I thought I'd stop here at the Santa Fe National Forest Ranger Station. This is the Cuba Ranger Station. I'm going to go inside and see if anybody will talk to me here.
Yes, Denise Ottaviano. I'm an information officer with the Forest Service.
Denise, how have you felt about how the gathering is getting organized and how the interaction with the Forest Service is going?
I think this year in particular, it's gone really well. We had a lot of planning that was done ahead of time with people that were planning on going to the gathering, and we were able to work out a lot of differences, a lot of concerns, and on the ground, things have been going really well. We've been monitoring the kitchens and camps for proper sanitation and resource impacts, and whenever there's been concerns, we've been able to work it out just by talking to each other and not writing as many violation notices. So it's been going really well.
What kind of concerns have you had that you had to work out?
Sanitation and cleanliness in kitchens, placement of camps and kitchens, making sure people aren't disturbing wildlife habitat or archaeological sites, or if they might be causing damage to riparian areas, things like that.
Our show is about making peace, and I'm curious what kind of strategies are important from your side that are helping you communicate clearly with the family.
I think talking a lot beforehand really worked to our benefit and to the benefit of the people going to the Rainbow Gathering. We worked out a lot of concerns ahead of time. We talked about things that we just couldn't bend our rules for. We made some clear responsibilities and roles, what we would be responsible for, what the Rainbows would be responsible for, and we're holding each other to those responsibilities. And I think that we've been able to get assistance from the Rainbows in working out a lot of those differences and a lot of those concerns. Like when we've had people that have refused to move their tent or get out of a riparian area, we've been able to go to them and said, okay, according to what we agreed upon, you said you would not do this. So they've gone to their own people and said, you do need to move. You need to do what the Forest Service is saying. So just a lot of cooperation, a lot of communication has really helped.
How early were people from the family here working with you?
As early as last fall, because after last year's gathering, they did identify New Mexico as the state where they would be going, and people were coming in to talk with us as early as last fall. So we've had a lot of contact with certain individuals, and the permit was signed, and I have to say that that really helps because things have gone so smoothly since the permit was signed compared to other years when they refused to sign a permit. And they've said themselves, you know, this year is really different. Things are going so well this year, and the cooperation is a lot better, and I think it has a lot to do with the permit.
What does the permit mean to the Forest Service?
Any group of 75 or more that wants to recreate on the National Forest has to get a free special use permit. It's called a non-commercial group use permit. We require anyone, church groups, people who want to have big weddings, anyone who wants to use the forest non-commercially, they have to get a permit. And what it does is it places restrictions on time, place, and manner, meaning we have to set a restriction on how long you're going to be there, where you're going to be, and the manner in which you're going to impact the land. And that's really the purpose of it, and that's why we try to work with them on making sure they're not going to disturb an archaeological site or ruin a wildlife habitat area, things like that. But the purpose for them being there, we do not infringe upon that at all. They have the right to be there for any reason, religious purposes, political reasons, and we don't infringe upon those rights at all. We just have to work with them on getting them to sign a permit so that we can legally have them there, and also work on trying to be there that'll have a less impact on the land.
In your mind, if they hadn't signed the permit, how would that have changed how you interact with them?
If they hadn't signed a permit, it would have been an illegal gathering. We'd have to manage it that way, with them being there illegally. And there is a law enforcement presence that is there every year to making sure that they're there legally and abiding by all federal and state laws. So it is quite a bit different, and I think this year things went much more smoothly.
There have been news reports that there have been over 200 citations, some of them for offenses like a dirty license tag, but some of them have been serious offenses. Talk about what those have been.
You know, there was probably one ticket written maybe for that. I can't even confirm it. Those minor things have been the few citations we've written. The most citations we've written have been for drug offenses and for alcohol offenses. And we've also had over 6 felony arrests for assaulting police officers, drug charges. So there's a lot of drugs that people bring to a gathering like this. And we've gotten everything from marijuana to heroin. And that's a concern to us, is the drug use. And the drugs are sometimes being used by people who had violent histories or commit violent crimes. There was a stabbing that occurred a couple of weeks ago. There was a rape. We've heard other reports of fighting. And, you know, we want everyone to have a peaceful gathering. And the people that do cause a lot of the problems are the minority. Most of the people there are very friendly and just peacefully want to gather, but because there's people there that are not so peaceful, we want to protect the other participants from them and from what they bring to a peaceful gathering like this.
I have just been in town about 10 minutes, but I have noticed a lot of state police cars. And I've also tried to interview local people here in Cuba, and they've been reticent to talk with me. Do you have a sense of how it's affecting the local community?
We've been talking with them a lot. We go and visit them every couple days. There's mixed emotions. Some of the restaurants and businesses here have been making a lot of money, and they're real happy the rainbows are here. Other businesses like the convenience stores have been having some problems with them. Stealing paper products out of the bathrooms, eating out of the trash, panhandling, loitering, that type of thing. And so they've actually had to call the local police department on them for several occasions. So it's definitely mixed.
Mm-hmm. It sounds to me like the permit is very important, but the permit doesn't solve all the problems. It just helps. Would it be accurate to say that the permit helps the Forest Service feel more engaged, like they want to work with rather than against the rainbows?
We always want to work with the rainbows.
Even when they don't sign a permit?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, what's important to us is helping them have a gathering that is legal, safe, and has the minimal impact on the land. That's our goal regardless. But signing the permit makes it a lot easier for us to interact and manage the gathering. And it's just simply signing a permit, and it's free.
Okay. So just break that down for me, Denise. What makes it easier to interact with them because of the permit?
Again, if they don't sign the permit, it's an illegal gathering, and we have to manage it that way.
Okay, got it. Great. Well, could you give me some directions on how to get up there?
You would take Highway 126 to Forest Road 103.
So here I am on, wow, this must be, oh my gosh, I'm pulling into the base camp, it looks like. It's been about, there it is, the welcome home sign. Oh, folks, there's a Forest Service truck in front of me. I'm not really sure what to do. It looks like this is where the loop ends. So somebody's going back down. Gee, this was not a very difficult drive at all. The road luckily has dried since last night, and it wasn't too poorly washboarded. Beautiful tall evergreen trees. We are at the top. There was about a 13-mile uphill climb there. I was in front of the Forest Service truck for a while, but decided to pull over. I also let a state police pass me. I did see one, it looked like an interaction there with 3 Forest Service cars. Now there's a gentleman coming up with a green hat. It looks like he's going to instruct me where to go.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, parking is 300 yards down the way, and we
Okay.
have to shuttle everybody into the gathering from here.
Okay, I'm with the media,
Mhm.
and I believe there was media parking. I have a lot of gear. That's what I was
no,
told.
we barely have parking for the people.
Oh, okay. Well, how far is it going to be to hike in?
We're shuttling people in, and it's
Oh.
7 miles.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention because
you
I
know,
thought I was media parking. So
Right, no, yeah, we're not that sophisticated.
Well, I met with the press crew. Do you know about that? Because I met with the press crew and they told me that I was going to be able to park close
Okay,
up.
all right, I'll tell you what then. Why don't you drive all the way on through?
Okay.
And if you did talk to somebody, then tell them, hey, we're press. I talked to somebody, they told me to come in.
Okay. Okay, you sure that's okay?
No, but
What's your
it's
name?
the best we got. I'm David.
Okay, David, thank you.
Oh, welcome home.
Okay, thank you. Wow, it feels tense already. All right, Now I feel guilty, but I'd rather be going in. All right, so there's a whole group of people. Looks like they're waiting for a shuttle. I'm gonna go onward. Wow, we've got kids running out into the street here, and this is intense. I'm going to talk to this gentleman. He's got... Hello, good. How are you?
Very fine, thank you. Are you looking for a place to park?
Yes, actually, I'm with the press. And,
Oh my goodness, what kind of press?
radio.
Could you pull over a little bit here? Because
Sure.
I don't want you to mess up the... Well, this could take a little bit of time. I'm actually working right now.
Yeah, okay.
I'm busy right now.
Oh, sure, okay. It looks like the people in charge have some kind of rainbow-colored piece of clothing on. This fellow I just talked to had a rainbow tie. I see a woman with a rainbow belt. That's a good way to identify helpers. And yes, it just seems like there are cars parked everywhere. I'm not sure if he's going to be coming back to me. I'm wondering if I should go talk with her. No, actually, could I talk with you a minute?
I've got to get these cars off the road. If you want to pull over, somebody might.
Okay.
Hi, welcome home. Are you looking for a place to park?
I think I'm just going to keep going. I think that's what I was instructed to do by the press crew. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And I don't see anybody yelling at me that I'm doing anything wrong, even though I feel like I am. Oh, there's a cute little dog. Okay, so there's a lot of people. It looks like some people are planning on hiking in. Some people are just on the road. Then I'm going up a little bit of a hill here. It looks like their ideal situation was getting people to park back there, which was a relatively flat area. And I have snuck through the crack. There are signs up in bright orange paint that say no parking. One that said no parking next 4.5 miles. It looks like it's going to be pretty empty then for the rest of the drive in. The family has been working closely with the Forest Service to identify areas that are archaeological sites or are more sensitive environmental areas. And it looks like the family's done a really good job. Wow, this is gorgeous. What a gorgeous place. Just giant evergreen trees as far as you can see. There have been a couple people walking on the road, a couple hitchhikers. There was one man I passed with just a small day pack on. It looked like he was much at peace back on the land. It's really gorgeous. There are a few felled trees. It's very quiet. The sky is clearing a little bit. It was looking quite ominous as I was driving up the mountain. Very dark, actually black clouds. And I thought, I better get up there quick so I can get my tent up. It's close to 3 o'clock now. I had planned on getting here much earlier today, but that's okay. I think it worked out well, given the earth an opportunity to dry out a little bit before I put my tent up. see just hear a few birds chirping. It's a windy road, but not hilly. We really are on the top. Must be just a massive space that they've identified for this gathering. As I was pulling in, that first gentleman I spoke with was explaining that they are shuttling people from that welcome center to the actual gathering site. He said there is no more parking available out here. We'll see what it's like when I get there. Beautiful, bright purple wildflowers everywhere against the green grass and trees. The air has a very fresh feeling because it did rain quite a bit last night, and they're expecting more rain, I think, over the weekend. Hello, sir. Hi, how are you?
Doing wonderfully. How are you doing?
Oh, you're so awesome.
I try.
I'm with the media, and I was given this map that I'm not sure exactly where we are. If you
We are here.
Oh my gosh. So she told me that the media parking was down there.
Down there?
Is that correct?
Yep, that's right here. This way.
Okay, so it's about how many more miles?
Let's see. Right here is a mile and a half.
Okay, awesome.
Mhm.
So I just keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool.
You're kind. People with guitars, people with no shirts, people with tie-dye t-shirts, people waving, people with hats, people on crutches, people with beat-up cars, people with fancy cars, people with backpacks. I can see now, and I'm probably have not even begun to taste the amount of effort that goes into building the infrastructure for this. 3 hikers on the road here with carrying their water in, baby in a baby carriage. This would be probably one of the last points they hope that people will be parking at. Now the cars are gone, and I am seeing people walking in with jugs of water. The family does ask that you bring in water, but it is difficult to do if you're going to be staying a couple days. We are at a pretty high altitude, I believe, at least 10,000 feet. People who are coming in from out of state would have a little bit of a challenge adjusting to that altitude, and so water is really important. Somebody's slowing me down here. Hello, sir.
Where you going, lady?
Pardon me? Yeah, I was.
Oh, that's not a microphone, is it?
Yes, I'm with the media.
Oh, you're talking? No.
No? Turn it off?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, wow. I wonder
I need Jimmy!
Yeah, I think I have found a camp. Yes, I think that was the A camp welcome zone, because those people were definitely inebriated. Everybody's so sweet, though. I just want to hug them and kiss them after they take a shower. Now I've found more cars along the road. Yeah, I definitely got to slow down here. I'm sure this is such a wonderful experience for people who've come so many years in a row, because it really is a family reunion. In terms of keeping my own peace vibe on, I'm noticing all the guilt I'm feeling about getting special parking. I feel overprivileged, but it's pretty fun. Folks, there are just cars everywhere. I can see why they stop people at the entrance, because now it's just an endless stream. One side of the road, if you can visualize a national park with trees and gullies and someplace edges where people can precariously park their cars, that's what we're talking about. License tags from all over: Wisconsin, Colorado, Arizona, California, Oregon, Washington, Arkansas, Pennsylvania, Texas. These are just all in a row. Hey! Oh, that's so sweet. He got so excited to see me. Love you! I was going to say, I don't know if people get this kind of welcome when they go home. I do. My family's so sweet. People get excited about
seeing you. Thank you. I like having this microphone because it sort of semi-explains why I'm getting to cheat. I must have a lot of strange cheating energy. Hi.
Who are you?
I'm Suzanne. Who are you? I'm with the media, and I was given this by the media folks that I was supposed to come in and park in the media parking.
This is the media. Here, okay. Hey, hey, I got, no. This is media. Shuttle. Do you want to talk to me?
I don't know. What's your name?
My name is Gigi. I'm one of the gate attendants. All I do is direct traffic. The only thing I tell people to do is put seatbelts on.
Okay.
Make sure they go 5 miles an hour.
Okay.
Please, you buckle up, ma'am. That's the first thing I'm asking.
Yes, sir. I am buckled up. Is it okay?
Hey, this is the media person, and she just interviewed me.
Wow.
I told her to go 5 miles an hour. Buckle up.
Okay, got it, Gigi. Hello, sir. Do I just keep going?
I'm not a sir.
Oh, yes, you are.
Well,
hey,
I'm
just.
a Vietnam vet, but I'm not a sir. I don't swear at you.
Oh, okay.
How you doing, sis?
Hey, doll.
What's your name?
I'm Suzanne. What's your name?
My name is Shuttle.
Shuttle, you're awesome. I'm with the media, so can I just keep going?
Sure, not
okay.
a problem, but let people know that you're recording.
Yes, I will.
Because some people get uptight about it.
Oh, I ask everybody. I'm sorry, I didn't ask your permission.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The federal government has a dictionary of pictures of me since 1972, and I'm not a criminal, so there's nothing they can do with me anyway.
Okay, awesome.
Love you.
Love you. This is what's so great about nobody's in charge. It's like I keep wanting to look for somebody who's in charge, but nobody's in charge. There is no boss. I have this, all of a sudden I have a fear that I'm going to drive right by the gathering. It's just cars and cars and cars. There was a space right there, but you know what? I'm still going to keep looking for, hey there, I'm still going to keep looking for media parking. I think according to my math, hello there, gentleman with a purple flower behind his ear. That was the right ear. In Hawaii, a woman says if she's available or unavailable, according to which ear she places a flower behind. I can never remember if it's right as available or unavailable. He probably is not familiar with that local custom. Here's a gentleman pulling a yellow wagon, which is a very clever technique. He's got a plastic tub and a big box that says marshmallows. So I'm thinking he's going to be a really... That's okay, no problem. And there's a guy with a big sack of flour on his back. So they must be transporting the food for a cookout tonight, I'm hoping. Hello. Holy cow, there are a lot of cars, a lot of people. There's a little BMW that looks like it's about to fall down a ravine. That was really funny when Shuttle took my yellow map and put it under my windshield. It just looks so official. It's so funny what we decide as official and unofficial. And I have had some anxiety just looking for who is in charge. Whoever's in charge will make me feel peaceful. Oh boy, isn't that kooky? I'm in charge, you're in charge, each of us is in charge. It is a gorgeous day. If you've never been to New Mexico has the most stirring, enlivening, luminescent blue sky. Today it's mixed with some white clouds, but the air is so fresh up here. There are some storm clouds moving in.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hey there! I'm looking for the media parking. Could y'all point me that way? I'm Suzanne. I'm with Peace Talks Radio.
Are you really? We're so happy that you're here.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Welcome home.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Sister, it's nice.
Oh my gosh, you're a doll. I work for, is it okay? Do you guys want to be taped?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, because I need to get your full names.
What are you looking for now?
Well, I got this. So, could you guys give me that? Somebody in A camp took my map, but I was given
funny and don't look like you'd hang
Well,
out there.
Well, I had
right
to-
now you're right here.
Oh, did I miss the whole party?
No, there's a trail that goes right down here to Kid Village, right here.
Oh, you guys, how did I
That's
miss?
the main trailhead right up over here.
How did I miss media parking?
Well, probably because it was all parked in.
Oh.
But I'll tell you what, we'll get you right over here.
Okay, but I got a lot of gear.
No, it don't matter.
Is there a
We can-
camp close by that I can?
Well,
Really?
We're right here, and I was going to get you right over here.
Okay.
Safe, trust me, this is the safest place
Here
you can
now.
be.
Okay.
So
Trust me.
let me get you over
It's
here.
the Love and Evans, baby.
Oh, right. Oh, the Love and Evans. I read about you guys. Oh my gosh.
Now I'm going to guide you in, so just pull up and then back in.
Okay. Pull in and back. I don't like this. I wanted to be in media parking, but when you're at the gathering, you go with the flow. Oh, you guys, I missed the whole media parking thing. I have to deal with my sadness a little bit. Where the heck am I, and where are the authorities? That guy just walked away from me. You are on your own, sister. Now, he was a really nice guy. He had a great big wide-brimmed hat, shirtless, dark tan. Wonder what happened to my Love and Ovens girlfriend. Help, I am on my own.
I would be Jade Spratt, the doggy mommy, I suppose.
Excellent.
Everyone
Great.
here has, sort of monikers, I suppose,
Right.
And I think that they evolve. From what I understand, sort of like in Native American tribalism, where you're given a name at birth and then you mature and the tribe gives you a new name and so on and so forth. I see people's monikers evolving as they do things that are noteworthy and such. They get new names or nicknames or things that
Or they
reflect
just
what
pick
they
one
do.
out the air and say thank you.
Or you could do that. You could name yourself, I suppose.
Oh, I thought they were
Different members of the family might go, oh man, you've gone over the edge. Your name's Crispy now, or something like that.
One kid, I guess, was up baking donuts all night, so they named him Master Donut something or other because they were so impressed by his culinary skills. So he got a special nickname relative to that. And sometimes they just come by the wayside. There was a young man who I don't know his name, but him and I helped to put up the panels of the Sweat Lodge teepee in the main meadow. But he was so agile in climbing the poles barefoot and manipulating the ropes with his toes that he probably will forever be known as Monkey Boy. And that's what we call him, Monkey Boy.
Is this your first gathering?
Absolutely. I wanted to go last year, but I had commitments that took me elsewhere. So even though I've known a lot of people who do this is the first opportunity I've had to go to an event, a regional event, let alone a local event. So
National event.
it's a national event. It's the big one. If you're going to do it right.
There's even international. I've never been to international.
A friend of ours went to Brazil a few years ago.
Well, last year's one in Wyoming was considered an international, wasn't it?
I don't know. I thought it was.
That was the national, I think.
Yeah,
That
and
where
there's
they had
lots
the
of people
problems.
I'm sorry, what?
Where they had the problems in Wyoming? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
the incident that everybody's still so troubled by happened last year in Wyoming. So maybe it was a good thing I wasn't there. I don't know. I guess you're always where you're supposed to be.
What are you looking forward to in terms of the gathering regarding peace?
Well, I think personally, just for me, is it's fascinating to see different perspectives on how to deal with situations. Of keeping peace and enacting peace, and the people within the family, how they deal with problems and confrontations, is a little bit.
That type of peace.
I know, but I'm just saying I'm learning more about how to generate peace within myself and my friends. That whole thing about let it begin with me or whatever, as they say. It sounds so cliche, but actually, there's a lot of people here who deal with things differently than maybe mainstream society does. So if you can't have it here, where are you going to have it? If you can't lead by example.
Right, like what? What have you seen that's new and different to you?
Well, we had, alcohol is discouraged, but we had a gentleman that probably had a little bit too much to drink. So instead of, escorting him on down the road, 5 people just sat and babysat him. We had a situation where some younger kids who weren't keeping their camp maybe tidy enough, it was suggested, well, why don't we all have a house cleaning crew, and we'll go over and we'll do it for them once and show them what we expect, and that way they have the opportunity to do better the next time, but let's as a group set an example for them and show them a different way and what we're about. And I thought it was kind of refreshing, to just think a little outside the box and problem solve from some different perspectives.
Right.
Hey guys, what you got on the wish list? Coffee, propane, water. Water's good. Ladles, large pot with lid, fresh veggies, fruit. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. If I can find anything you're looking for, I'll bring it back this way. Thank you so much.
Nice looking kitchen.
Yes, this is Sweet Home, Alabama.
Oh, awesome. It's just beautiful. There's a baby across the stream.
It's amazingly beautiful.
So we're walking through Kitty Village. It's just fantastic. Tents, tie-dye, people.
And people are waiting in line right now for some food.
Walking out into the main valley. How many people do you think that is, Jack?
Right here, right now?
Yeah.
Oh, about maybe 2,500. There's probably about 5,000 people here right now, maybe 6. And they're throughout the woods and the kitchens, preparing meals.
As the Forest Service anticipated, I think.
They have a giant chess set here.
Laundry, I see.
Yeah,
laundry lines.
diapers, kids' clothes.
So what year was your first gathering?
Oh, God, 16 from today, what would that be?
So you did 16 in a row?
That was back in
83?
No, that was back in 86, 87.
How has it changed?
Actually, it's gotten better. I mean, there are a little bit less people coming right now, but it's gotten a lot better. I mean, more people are in touch with everything around them now, and they take it back to the community with them. That's what's nice about it, because you've got all walks of life here. You've got doctors, lawyers, people who live on the streets, and they all intermix and intermingle, and they take it back to their communities with them, and hopefully that'll spread to somebody else.
What do you think the reason is that fewer people are coming?
Well, a lot of it has to do with law enforcement. The law enforcement and U.S. Marshals come in here, and it's like they give somebody a ticket for no safety belt while they're driving down a forest road. Okay, and if they don't show up, they put a warrant out for them, so the U.S. Marshals come in here and arrest them, try to create a scene, and they actually get paid to be here for training for crowd control.
And the word's gotten out at what? It's just not as much fun, or it's a hassle? Because I noticed there were...
It's a hassle because people are driving long distance from around the United States, and they come here and they get pulled over at 2 o'clock in the morning and everything thrown and rifled out of their cars and their houses, and they don't put it back. They make the person who was the victim put it back, and they might not find anything.
I heard that there was a permit for the gathering this year, which means it should be a legal gathering. So why are the people getting hassled if it's legal?
Well, they have a budget that they have to meet. They get a budget, a federal budget, and all these law enforcement officers are imported from all over the United States for this incident command team. The local sheriffs, they really don't like them coming in because they'd rather get the revenue if they're going to arrest somebody or give them a ticket, get the revenue themselves for their county. They don't get anything by helping the Leos out here, But
so actually, there's another level of conflict. You think there's conflict between the local law enforcement and the Forest Service?
Oh yeah, definitely there is. The local law enforcement, like I said, they want to police their own backyards. They don't want to be dictated to by another agency. And that's what the Forest Service does when they come in here in force like this, is they are dictating what the protocol and procedures are going to be.
I did stop at the Cuba Forest Ranger station. She did say that there were some felonies. What, 6? Did you hear about the stab? So there were 6 felonies arrests, and there was a stabbing.
You know, this is like anywhere you go. You know, any community you go to in the United States of America, you're going to have good people, you're going to have bad people, you're going to have in-between people. You know, and sure, they've had some incidences that happened. It all got taken care of by the local sheriff, and then the LEOs, the Forest Service, comes in and takes over their jurisdiction on it. You know, with the U.S. Marshals and everything, Shantasina, which is everybody here, they're peacekeepers. That's what Shantasina means. And we have turned over violent offenders, pedophiles, murderers, rapists. We have turned them over to them out there to let them deal with them. They've never come in and caught anybody on their own without the family's help, you know.
I noticed your radio there on your shoulder. Are you somebody official?
Nope. I monitor the different channels because we have Firewatch channel, we have Shantasina channel, we have parking channels. So everything's handled by the people that come here. They see something that needs to be done, they volunteer to help do it. Okay, so you'll have people walking around in the middle of the night checking fires to make sure it's safe, that they have 5 gallons of water and a shovel with them, you know. You might have a domestic dispute between a husband and a wife, or a girlfriend and a boyfriend. You'll have family members that will come and counsel with them, you know, to get things taken care of. You know, so we're pretty self-sufficient. Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Donnie.
Hey, Donnie.
I've offered to walk you through the gathering if you'd like.
Oh, you're awesome.
She's camped up by us.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we're up here at the barking lot, so if you take this trailhead right by Kitty Village, straight up that way, it takes you right to the barking lot.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We were thinking about taking her over to Info.
Yeah.
Maybe talking to some people there. Taking her over to Calm. Talking to some people at Calm. Maybe hitting Milliways or Lovin' Ovens, something like that. If we went that way after talking to Calm and Info and that, we could probably hit the Ovens and Granola Funk, and then if she wanted to go back up to get some weather clothes on for the night, she can go up to the road and hitch a ride back to the barking lot.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Jack, you've been very kind. I'll see you guys around.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I really
Yeah,
appreciate
you know,
your kindness.
It's funny. It's a kind of spread out, and there's a lot of people, but you seem to keep running into the same one.
Okay, good.
You know, I don't.
He
It
has a
seems
radio,
so small and so
if you
large
guys
at the
go
same
towards
time.
Lovin' Ovens that way, we'll head over that way and meet up with her and make sure she gets a ride back up to the barking lot.
Okay, and I brought a jacket with me, so I think I'll be okay.
Because
Yeah.
Lovin' Ovens is a place you should stop at.
It's pretty neat to see a bakery in the middle of the forest like that,
Okay.
with whipping out pizzas and sticky buns, and it's wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
the
it's
food
good
is
that you ask people if you can
It's
interview.
very good.
Okay, yeah, I have to actually for the radio, so I always do that. All right, thanks a bunch, you guys. So I'm walking up to the information booth. It's a baby blue tarp over a table that's made out of wood, flats, and cut wood, and it's got a nice little white Chinese lamp over it and some prayer flags. And there's just beautiful people everywhere. You look like an old friend of mine. Hi. Good. Okay, we're walking through the barter area. People have blankets and towels down and things that they want to barter. There's a lot of jewelry, candles. Books, shoes.
Yes.
It's kind of like being in the mall outside. There's a free clinic. It's a table set up, and it's just got a bunch of free medicinals, menstrual products, condoms. We're going down the hill. Free aid. There's a sign that's posted on a little stick, and it's written on a piece of brown cardboard. First Aid Clinic /Calm. Free medical care. People are coming down the hill. There's probably a group of 20 people. There's an open fire, tarps everywhere, a couple of tents. Would you like to be interviewed for our show?
Absolutely.
Great, awesome. My name's Suzanne.
Suzanne,
and
nice to meet you. My given name at birth was Luke Goldstein.
Awesome.
Other known as Alokananda.
Alokananda. How many gatherings have you been to?
This is my first gathering. Yes, but I feel that I've been a part of this culture for a long time.
For what reasons?
For what reasons do I feel that I've been a part of this culture, or what brings me here?
Yeah, what reasons do you feel you've been a part of this culture?
Just part of social, environmental, spiritual change. Learning to connect with the earth more, heal one another, live in a vibration of love and not conditioning.
Where are you from?
I'm from New York City.
Fantastic. And you know, a lot of people call this group of people hippies. How do you feel about that?
I think any generalization creates walls and barriers between human connectedness. Even if you called me a yogi, I'd be like, you know, please don't classify me. Let's just connect as we are. And I wouldn't limit this group to such a name as just hippie. There's a diversity of people here, and we've evolved out of that 60s culture, but there's such a change in the world now where there's so many more subcultures overlapping that you can't generalize a population of rebellious, and when I mean rebellious, I mean people that are anti-conditioning. So that can manifest in a lot of different ways. There's a lot of different spiritual communities here. There's a lot of different ways that people choose to express themselves. So I would say that hippie is a very, very broad and kind of undermining generalization of the energy that's here.
Our show is about peacemaking. What are you most looking forward to at this gathering as it relates to peace?
I have a lot of peace within. That's what I strive to cultivate, and I'm just looking to share that with other people and find other people that are holding that vibration of peace within themselves. I think there's a powerful change happening on our planet, and that a lot of people that have chosen to come here are aware of the more profound, subtle, spiritual changes that are happening in human consciousness right now, and that is very much about peace. And you know, I think some people here are a little more on an escapism trip, and others are really aware of what needs to change. So I'd like to stimulate some insight or thoughts for people that are kind of stuck in a rebellious culture that isn't necessarily looking to heal themselves or nurture themselves. Yeah, I'm just here to spread my light.
Yeah, so you already sense that there is a split here with different kinds of people at the gathering. Some people have a different motivation.
Yeah, absolutely. Intentions become clear at some point when you connect with another person. I think we all feel that kind of stuff subtly when we interact with other human beings. And here, there's so many like minds that you're pretty sure which side of the split you fit into, more or less. And I think some people are in the middle as well, but again, I don't want to generalize even in that context.
It's a fascinating comment because you called it escapism. What makes you uncomfortable about that portion of society?
You know, I'll call it escapism on some level because there's an element of that, but there's also a tremendous courage that it takes to leave the known. And that I think a lot of these younger, or this culture of traveling, hitchhiking seekers, they know something's fundamentally wrong with the structures that we come from, but their approach is missing an element of inner responsibility. What I mean, emotional awareness, health-oriented practices. I think we're all ultimately looking for a consistency of fulfillment. And so, like I said, there's something about staying in the known only, like staying in a social structure. And you never experience another culture, you never experience something outside of your security or of your comfort. So there's something to be said about leaving the known, but balancing that also with responsibility, I think, is the key. That's the middle path, and I'm trying to connect with other people that have jobs, but also, are aware that there's this change happening. And, much love to people that just travel, right on. I think that's a valiant path of self-discovery. but there's got to be a point where you're acknowledging whether you are harming yourself or fate, like in my own personal, let me summarize this, my own personal belief system, I believe in karma, so to speak, cause and effect, even in physics, that wherever we are running from something, having aversion to, or we're clinging to something, holding on to, we're creating a cycle. And that really coming into that center of in between resisting or holding on to is a healthy, integrated, loving, peaceful way of being in the world.
Great. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. So I'm walking down into Calm. There's people eating. It looks like probably something medicinal. And there's a man treating somebody, looks like a cut on his head, I think. So I'm going to try to find somebody who's in charge. We'll see if that's a possibility.
My legal name is Seven Song. I'm working here at the first aid station at the Rainbow Gathering.
Okay, great. And how long have you been helping out at Calm?
14 years, 15 years, something like that.
What do you do in Babylon?
I don't believe in Babylon. I feel like the Rainbow Gathering is as much Babylon as any place else in the world. There's as much thievery and disrespect. So what I do in the outside world when I'm not here is I run an herb school, the Northeast School of Botanical Medicine. I work in a free clinic where I'm the director of holistic medicine. But I feel like there's no division between here and there.
And where's that located?
Ithaca, New York.
Tell us about Calm. What's the purpose of it?
Well, basically, it's the first aid station, and it's trying to meet as many people's medical needs as possible.
What does Calm stand for?
All right, so it stands for Center of Alternative Living Medicine, but I just want to say I've always felt it was a silly name, and what living medicine is. So I tend to call it just the first aid station or the medical area, but that's what it stands for. I think they came up with what they wanted it to be called. It happened like 16 years ago. Because we used to be called MASH, and then people just didn't really like the word MASH, and so eventually they came up with the CALM, and then I think they filled in the acronym.
What's the craziest thing you've ever treated here?
It's funny because it's pretty obvious. One time this guy came here, and he had pretty bad diabetes. It's not funny. I mean, it's funny, interesting, bizarre. And he was somebody who was very large, and he didn't really ever look at below his legs. And he said his legs felt tingly and weird. And we asked him to roll his pants up, and there were maggots covering his leg on both sides. And basically, they were eating the necrotic flesh. I mean, he had bad diabetes, which isn't funny at all. But I've never seen it. He just rolled it up. I'm telling you, just covered in maggots. He had no idea they were there. And so one of the few times I flinched, because I'm pretty good with blood and pus and pain and anger. I mean, all the stuff we see there. I mean, it's part of my life. But that was weird.
What did you do?
We got a nurse to come in. We started just pouring isopropyl alcohol to kill the maggots on his leg. I mean, it makes sense. If you know what maggots do, they eat the outer flesh. Sometimes they're used medicinally this way, but these were not medicinal. These were fly maggots. So
you feel like there isn't a separation between the rainbows and the outside world. Is that a unique perspective here?
I don't really know. I imagine a lot of people. I mean, I bring 14 students. I run a school, an herb school in Ithaca, New York, and I bring 14 students or 16 students every year. And a lot of them don't really like the Rainbow Gathering and feel it's even more Babylon than out in the world. You know, more judgmental, more hypocritical, more misogynistic. I mean, and I see a lot of that here. And so I would say, I think a lot of people who feel that don't come to Rainbow Gatherings, but I like service, I like treating people. I would never come here without doing first aid. Like, I have no interest in really in the drum circles or being a part of anything else, but I love service, and man, we're just crazily of service here. I spend a lot of money every year, bring a lot of medicines, and also it's a great place to teach students. So to sum up the question, I think that most people who feel that way just wouldn't come here. Like I do work plant walks here at 10 a.m. And when people say, how do I know it's 10 a.m.? And I'll say, well, you look at your watch. And they'll say, the babylometer or something. And it's just a simple little device. There's nothing wrong. I mean, there's just nothing wrong with watches. I mean, if you're attached to your watch. So, I mean, that kind of stuff, it's just kind of reverse prejudice.
What are the most common things you treat?
It's easy. Foot problems, because lots of people not wearing shoes, and A lot of it stems from what I call SLOCs, which is sudden loss of common sense. So people come out here and think, well, I wear shoes all the time, everywhere, and I'm going to come to the woods and take off my shoes, you know? Right, and then they just have no idea how to be barefoot. I mean, some people here know how to be barefoot, but we don't see them. But we see lots of foot injuries, lots of diarrhea and upset stomachs, headaches. Here at 9,000 feet, we see high altitude sickness with people not knowing what it is, dehydration, a lot of belly aches. A lot of inflammation, a lot of exacerbation of existing conditions because new environments and not the foods are accommodating and used to eating. Those are some of them. Lots of things get in people's eyes.
You're motivated by service. There's lots of places you could go to serve. Why here?
That's a good question. I started coming here 26 or 27 years ago when I had more of a belief system of what the Rainbow Gathering is. Most of that has petered away over the years. But there's very few places. I'm an herbalist, and so there's just very few places an herbalist can get their hands on with a lot of practice. So you can go to, like, I don't know, some kind of Woodstock 29 or something, and maybe, but very few people. And most places I go and practice, people really want to see a doctor or a nurse. And I'm always, even though I've been studying for 7 years, I'm often relegated to like a second, third, or fourth position. And I'm pretty competent. I know a fair amount of diagnostics. I mean, I practice medicine, you know, and herbs are what I tend to give. I'm not a doctor. I don't want to be a doctor. I'm an herbalist. And so here, lots of people are willing to see an herbalist and want to see an herbalist, and I get to really practice my craft. And I love first aid. I'm just, in Ayurveda, I'm very pitta, and I like, blood and pus just excite me.
How do you get along with the medical staff, the doctors and nurses?
Oh, it just depends. You mean here? Well, here, pretty good. I mean, at the past couple of years, I'm probably one of the focal points of COM. So if they want to work here, it's usually people, it's these self-select things, So these folks pretty much want to work here, and they know that I'm going to be here. Most doctors who come here never say they're doctors, right? They're having fun. They're not here to practice. The doctors who come here to practice, but we don't generally, most of the doctors don't spend much time in COM. So there's not really much tension because they're not really there to do that.
You said your belief system has changed since 26 years ago, or what made your belief system change?
A lot of things have made my beliefs. I've become much more, I guess the word would be materialistic. I really believe in the biology of life and cells and interactions. The Rainbow Gathering, to me, has a tremendous amount of judgmentalness and, what's the word? People, not a lot of critical thinking, a lot of kind of belief in spirituality without a lot of focus and presence and service in the world. And it's not an easy question to answer, but I guess just to become more thoughtful. And for me, I'm just indulging in my belief in science, really. And so a lot of things here have strong spiritual values, and people can have spirituality. Lots of people do have spirituality, but it's not really the world that I'm from. I feel like here we are, we're presence. Let's do what we can without, relying on other deities or other aspects. And so a little more conservative is what I've become over the years. And also, I'll tell you, the drug use here makes me crazy. It's just such a drug-indulgent culture often. I mean, I'm very libertarian and think that drugs should pretty much all be legal, but recreational drugs, many drugs need to be protected. And so, that has just altered me, seeing really what happens when people obsess over drug use. Not the occasional use of recreational drugs to enjoy themselves. That's fantastic. It's been used throughout history. But here people come and they just get wasted, a lot of them, without really enjoying the beauty of nature, not being an active part of this community. It always seems like maybe 10 or 15% of the people hold up the vast majority. And so seeing that made me very sober when I was young. And how do I be a part of that? And I guess all of that leads to a kind of a presence on the earth, a physical terrain kind of orientation. I think that's about it. I can go on for hours.
Oh my gosh, I could talk to you for hours. This was very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thanks for doing this.
My name's Josh Fox, and come out here as an herbalist.
Where are you from, Josh?
I live in the Asheville area, North Carolina.
That's fantastic. You're a volunteer here at CALM, right? And tell us about the supplies here. What have we got?
Well, a lot of what we carry is a lot of herbs that folks have harvested from their areas. A bunch of herbalists come out here and bring their medicines, which could be tinctures or salves or oils or dry plant matter. Then also some other herbs that we harvest here on the site.
Oh, Are some of these that you found right here in the forest?
Yeah.
What are these?
So these are leaves of yarrow, Achillea millefolium, and it's just a really great antibacterial. It grows all around the country. Good for cuts, burns, stopping bleeding, open wounds.
How would you actually use that if someone came in bleeding? What would you do with it?
Well, basically do what we call a spit poultice. It's where you chew up some of the leaves and the saliva, the enzymes in your saliva activate, break open some of the cell walls, releasing the medicine, and we can just put that plant matter directly on the wounds.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know that I've heard that, well, animals lick their wounds, right?
Sure.
And saliva itself is good. Someone told me one time that I should lick mosquito bites. Have you ever heard that?
I've never heard of that. Heard of people using urine on things, but there's really powerful enzymes. Digestion starts in the mouth, so just the saliva is the first step to breaking things down, which could be food that we're digesting, or it could be medicine to help get the right constituents out.
What are these other herbs? This one looks like, I don't know, kind of scraggly hair. What is that?
This is usnea. It's actually a lichen that grows on dead trees.
That's for the bladder, I think?
Some people use it for kind of the kidney meridian, but I tend to use it myself to control strep throat. It's also strongly antibacterial.
Have you seen strep throat out here?
A number of cases.
Wow. That would be communicable, like, right? So it could spread.
Definitely for bigger cases, we'll treat as much as we can and then try to keep those folks isolated. But this is a great herb even for sore throats, itchy throats, to just prevent strep from coming in as much as treating it.
You've got several, yards here of all kinds of different things. I see some things in bottles, and what else have you got? This looks like, is that ginger root?
Yeah, we have some full ginger root. We have some over-the-counter medicines that folks donate, different ibuprofens and things. Ginger root to help with digestion, stomach aches, and also nausea.
What's here in the box?
These are mainly tinctures, different alcohol-based medicines. We'll take plants that won't preserve on their own, and we put them in alcohols. And essentially that will preserve it for 3 years or even longer, so we can bring different medicines from our parts of the world out here to use with the patients.
What motivates you to come and serve at the gathering?
It's all like one big family here, and my role, what I've been learning in the last 6-7 years, has been healing people with plants, so that's the best way that I can help out the family here. Some are cooks, some dig latrines for people to use, and my role is kind of to work with the plants and help heal.
What's the most unusual case you've had to deal with that worked with herbs?
We see a lot of people. In the course of a day, I might see 40 different people, and I'll give them herbs from any kind of condition, whether it's a bladder infection, a simple cough, a fever, a staph infection, and a lot of people I don't see again. So hopefully by not seeing them, I think they've done well with the herbs. But rarely do we get people coming back here telling us, oh, this worked great, because when you're fine, you don't even think about your health anymore.
It's really fantastic. Anything else you want to let our listeners know about Calm or about the gathering?
I've just seen, since I've been out here, I've seen such a resurgence in herbal medicine. We used to have 10 or 20 people on plant walks. Now we have 50 or 60. And people are realizing, with the way the pharmaceutical industry is right now, that plants just can do so much for us. And there's such a future getting back into herbal medicine.
You guys do a plant walk every morning, is that right?
There's one every morning, and usually a couple others, either from this camp or from another. Mushroom walks as well, and assorted workshops of all kind out here at Rainbow.
Is there one tomorrow morning or not because of the silence?
Not tomorrow. The next day after they'll continue, and some of them are more spiritual, some of them are more scientific. Depends who's leading the walk.
You've been very kind. Thank you very much. I
no
appreciate
problem.
it. Yeah,
Thanks for coming out here and exploring.
Thanks. Thank you.
Terriani Riggs.
Great. So, Terriani, how many gatherings have you been to?
I've been to, this is my 16th national and my 18th year of gathering.
What brings you back?
I think this is one of the most important annual experiments in creating a different world or creating a different society that's not based on hierarchy and is actually attempting to change the world from within and using a lot of us products of a dysfunctional culture to try to create a culture that works, and finding the experience of anarchy not as just complete chaos, but as just having control but not under anyone else's control is an interesting experiment to me and very vital to the work in the world, because there's so much hierarchy and we've decided that hierarchy has such a high social cost that it's not really useful or worthwhile. And here I've actually found having teamwork be higher functioning than a high functioning hierarchy, and that surprised me because I believed, like many others, that hierarchy was the most highest functioning way of doing power but had too high a social cost. And I found that in a medical emergency my team has worked just as well as any of my teams in the other world when I did search and rescue on an emergency.
I'm gonna leave you right now.
I'm fine, Jack.
Well, because the Leos are down over here in mass right now with their pepper spray guns.
Okay.
I'll take her down there after.
I just want to make sure that nothing goes
Sounds
awry.
good.
I'll take her over after.
Okay.
You want to walk down there with me, or are you on duty?
I'm not on call, I'm on the radio. Do you want to do that right now?
I'd like to see what's going on if you're curious. Is that okay?
I'm not particularly curious unless a problem happens.
Yeah.
I try to have a rainbow gathering unless there's an actual problem.
Yeah.
Now, they historically do create problems on the 3rd of July, but there's been an unprecedented amount of cooperation from the LEOs this year, and we were sort of hoping they wouldn't create an incident on the 3rd of July this year. Last year was the worst they'd ever created, but they've created some very bad incidents in the past. And we believe they use us for their training purposes to learn crowd control, because we don't have weapons. We're not a big protester march. We're just here having fun or doing our spiritual prayers. And they like to come in, and we call them the Incident Creation Team. And the ICT is what they call themselves. We just say Incident Creation Team instead of Incident Command Team. And I think folks are pretty worried that they're going to try to create an incident, which is historically true of the last few years. Last year they opened fire on our children's village at dinner time on the 3rd of July, creating a lot of problems.
Yes, it's difficult to stay calm and peaceful when someone is doing something agitating.
Well, I was actually one of the people who got shot last year trying to protect the cops from the incident they created. And they were shooting their crowd control, and then they decided they wanted to arrest those of us who were trying to protect them. And they didn't do it then. They came later on trying to look for us, hunt us down, and it's very disturbing. I'm a medic, I'm an EMT, and I go to wherever there's a crisis, and whether it's hippie on hippie, or whether it's cop on cop, or whether it's hippie and cop, or whatever it is, or whether it's a heart attack, that's where I go. I'm like a white blood cell of the Rainbow Gathering. And so I was in between the cops and the very angry mass of people who had their children shot at. And the cops, the LEOs, decided they wanted to shoot us as well. Not a very intelligent decision to do, because we were the only things between a full-out riot. And there was only 5 of us, I think, 5 to 7 of us, stopping a full-out riot from happening. And they were shooting at us as well.
What techniques did you use to keep people calm?
Well, there wasn't really any keeping calm, because of what, shooting into children isn't really a great thing to do to keep anybody calm. But some of the de-escalation tactics of Shantasena, which are peacekeepers, which we all are at Rainbow Gatherings, but I'm one of the people who stay online to answer problem calls. One thing that's important with most law enforcement officers is they have a very large bubble when they're scared. They have a bubble anyways when they're not scared, but they get scared easily, from my experience. And to keep people out of that bubble, especially when they've drawn live weapons, which they ended up at the end of our time, they ended up drawing live weapons. And it's like, okay, keep the crowd as far back as possible. Try to keep any kind of stones or sticks that anybody might want to throw out of their frustration at having been shot at. The LEOs were actually aiming their lasers on people's foreheads, which was just, creating more incensing. The LEOs were escalating, and it was really hard. It's hard to de-escalate when one or both sides continues to escalate. But the biggest thing we can do is just keep a big separation between the two parties, just like any fight.
How do you stay the neutral party? What's going on inside of you, and how do you keep yourself calm?
In the moment, I'm not sure how neutral I am. I'm just doing the job. Afterwards, I have a lot of feelings, especially after I got shot. And then we had a respiratory arrest case right afterwards that was directly related to the pepper spray that had been put out. And I was the lead medic on that for the first time. I'm not usually the lead on a life or death, and that was my first time being the lead medic, the only medic there on a life or death, and we were having to breathe for him. We were doing, we didn't even have the bag valve mask yet, you know, it's like, okay, get your face mask out. It's like all of this right after a 6-hour movie. I can't say I was neutral. In fact, I was angrier at the hippies than I was at the cops because I think we responded poorly to that situation. I think the law enforcement officers often do this, and they often react poorly. I expect that of them. I expect us to act better.
What do you expect people to do to act better?
I would hope that we'd have enough presence of mind to keep our hearts and our souls in with our anger, and to not act out of our anger, have our anger but not act out of it. And you know, there's a way to do non-compliance without having to be angry or violent about it, or screaming or threatening, and certainly without putting your dogs or your children in danger. And people were putting their dogs and children in danger. Well, one child, not everyone. There was a lot of dogs. Like, I'm a civil disobedience activist. I've done a lot of civil disobedience in my past, and so I know how to stand up for what I believe in and choose to risk arrest. You don't take in non-consenting parties like someone too young to consent, or an animal that doesn't know what it's getting into. And so a lot of the hippies have their dogs following the cops up, and it's like the dogs could get shot. The children. There was one person putting his child in danger. So when I came down, I was very, very angry at the people who put other people in danger.
What did you do with your anger?
Oh, I think it got translated into PTSD, actually. I came back this year with PTSD from that incident, from getting shot, and also from another incident where I had 6 officers rushing me when I was alone in the parking lot with automatic weapons. And I've never had it personal before. I've done a lot of peacekeeping, a lot of medicing, and when I've risked arrest, I chose to risk arrest. I've never actually been alone while 6 officers with automatic weapons were rushing me. So that, combined with getting shot, created a lot of nightmares and a lot of other things. And I was thinking, well, maybe I'm just not strong enough. It's not like I'm in Afghanistan, but I'm also not trained to have 6 people with automatic weapons charging me either. So, I mean, I'm still learning how to work with my anger and how not to act out of anger. I think normally I don't act out of anger under crisis, but it takes a heavy toll on me later.
But it is a natural reaction of the human mind to protect itself.
And I think one of the things about the human mind is that ideally, if we're not in post-traumatic stress disorder, we should also have other parts of us engaged as well, so we make good decisions even with our anger. Anger's a great fuel. It burns hot, but it burns fast and it burns you out. I learned this as an environmental activist and an indigenous rights activist. Anger's a very powerful fuel, but there's no way to keep going all your life on it. And I mean, we can do the same actions with different fuel.
I'm really curious about forgiveness, and it's asking a lot of the Rainbows to forgive what happened last year. What part do you think forgiveness plays here?
I'm not sure what part it plays other than my knowledge spiritually, how important it is to forgive ourselves and to forgive those around us. But that's easy to say and a lot harder to internalize, I think. Many of the folks here are really amazing, peaceful people, and they work on having forgiveness. And there's a lot of people who have hate for law enforcement, but there's a lot of folks really who see them as family and really want them to just take off their guns and join us.
Anything else you'd like to say about the importance of peace or how it works at the gathering?
Well, if you can imagine 20,000 people coming to the same place with the intention to treat each other as family, not just the lip speak, and not necessarily succeeding in this, but with every single person having an intention to treat each other as family, that's an entirely different environment than I think any of us have experienced anywhere else. And I think you've experienced a little bit of that yourself here. There's miracles daily because the intention is that every stranger is a family member, that this is actually home. And that's something when you get 20,000 people doing that as their prayer, as their meditation, whether they succeed or not, whether they're the abused drug user kid who ran away from home, or whether it's the engineer who works for NASA, which we have everything here. If they all come together to believe this, then you have some of the most amazing magic you could have in the world right here. And that's why I come back every year.
Thanks very much. So I'm here for Main Circle. It's about 3 giant, make that 4, concentric circles. There's white powder on the ground that marks the circle, People are sitting on either side of the circle. It's mostly really young people. There are a few old people, but not that many. I'd say maybe 15-20% you would see somebody who looks like they're over 30. It's a giant open field. The edge of the field, surrounded with trees and tents and just happy people everywhere. The most popular colors are gray and brown, dark green, and it's all sprinkled with bright colors. A lot of tie-dye, a lot of knit hats, a lot of drumming, percussion instruments, some teepees on the edge. I think I'm going to look for some really quiet people to sit next to. It's phenomenal. There's got to be several thousand people in these giant concentric circles. It's sprinkling now, and the sky is looking like it's really going to rain.
My name is Jennifer Simpson. My association here at the gathering is kind of complex. My dear friend Karen has been going to gatherings for 20 plus years and has been trying to get me to go to one for 20 plus years. And I almost went to one, I don't know, about 15 years ago. And this one was so close to where I am now, it was kind of hard to say no this time. So it's a little outside of my comfort zone. But Karen is a dear friend, and I've heard stories for years, so it's kind of a fun opportunity to check it out myself.
What's uncomfortable about it?
I'm not really one to go around hugging people and saying we love you. I grew up in a military family. We're a little more reserved. So I don't know. I mean, but it's also been really interesting to me seeing that, because there are people that probably no one ever tells them we love you, and no one ever tells them welcome home. And it kind of is really kind of moving, actually.
What's moving about it?
Just because I think there's some people that come to the gatherings here that probably more mainstream society might look at them as bums. I mean, I'll just be frank. Some of them are kind of living on the margins and the fringes, and they may not have strong family and friend support, but they do have that here, and I think that's really neat to see it.
How authentic does it feel to you?
I think, 98% authentic. There's a little bad energy everywhere you go. I've seen a couple people getting upset, and but it's just like any place else, really. I mean, it's in a way it's sort of a utopian thing, but they've also sort of recreated what there is every place else too. Whenever you have a large group of people that come together, you get some really great people and you get some really bad people, and that's just what happens in communities.
You were out here in the main area when the LEOs, the law enforcement officers, came out. Tell us what happened.
Well, I'm not really sure what happened. They were pretty much just cruising the area. And my friend Karen participates in the Shantasina group. So she makes it her mission to follow them and to yell 6 up to warn people that they're coming. And because in the past they've been known to ticket people for relatively minor offenses like dogs off leash, and then have it be like a mandatory court appearance down in Albuquerque this time, which is kind of a hassle. So I just started following her, and they really weren't doing anything. I'm not really quite sure what they were looking for. So I don't know. So I just followed them, and they were just kind of walking around, and people were shouting 6 up and guns in the church, and they were filming, which I think also people find a little offensive here too. They think you should ask permission, and of course, they're probably filming for law enforcement purposes.
How did you feel? Did you feel threatened or not?
That's kind of hard to say. There's this, in a way, yes. I mean, they're carrying guns. They can pretty much do what they want.
Were they real guns?
They were real guns. A couple of them had real guns. And, you don't argue with people with guns. At least I don't. So, yeah, I mean, there is a level of intimidation that's there just because of the power relationship. I guess in some ways I don't know which us I am. So I maybe didn't feel as intimidated as some people. long line of military family here. I'm used to, stern men with guns.
It's not a new thing.
My dad was an engineer, so I don't really think he carried a gun, but, the attitude is not too dissimilar.
Our show is about making peace. What do you expect to learn or take away about peacemaking from the gathering?
Wow, that's a really good question. Well, one thing I've already kind of taken away is that peace really is a choice. I mean, it's a choice we make every single day in every interaction. When I was up here earlier, about 10 days ago, and I know there was like a domestic disturbance, for lack of a better, and the way they dealt with it here was, instead of like hauling off somebody and arresting them and throwing them in jail, they surrounded them and owned and talked them down, basically, rather than being confrontational. It's more of like how can we heal this problem? And I don't know if that's always going to work. It would be nice to think it would. And I also really enjoyed hearing Garrick Beck speak at the town meeting when he said that we come up here and pray for peace, and then he kind of jokingly said it hasn't worked yet, but we're hopeful. and I think that's the other thing to take away from this about peace. Okay, probably on the 5th of July, the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan will not be over. I'm not naive, but it can't hurt. And to have 10,000 people come together and to try and manifest that kind of intention, I think it's pretty powerful. I mean, one small step can change the world, right? I mean, so that's what I'm trying to take away from it, but it's a choice.
Thanks. It's alternating between sprinkling and raining. People have their hats on, mostly wool hats. There's lots of dogs on leashes, a lot of raincoats. My bright blue Marmot is probably really sticking out. There's teepees with big fires, drums.
Guys, I see him!
My name's Ethan Novikov, and I'm just an attendee today.
Where are you from, Ethan?
Originally I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, but I'm living in Denver right now.
Is this your first gathering?
It is my first gathering.
What prompted you to come?
My girlfriend Megan here has been twice, and has been once. This is her second time, so she encouraged me to come and has always spoken very highly of this event. So,
what was the one thing she said that convinced you to come?
I don't know if it was anything she said, but I guess the idea of people expressing their right to assemble was appealing to me. I think it's important to exercise our rights that are guaranteed to us. So I think for that aspect too, the aspect of expressing that right is important and useful in this day and age.
Our program is about peacemaking. What do you think you might learn, or what have you learned so far about making peace here that you don't learn in the outside world?
Well, I suppose out here, everyone's trying to do their own thing, but also trying to work together to create something that's bigger than all of us. And I think that's a good way to view it, to not just focus on yourself, but on the overall good and the overall mission of peace.
What is that human drive to connect with more than just one person? What's compelling us to gather like this with huge groups?
I don't know. I suppose it's an innate sense that we have just as mammals, and we're a sociable species. We like to be in groups, and I think we gain support from each other and other positive emotions when we're in groups and acting peacefully and cooperating.
What do you think that is that we get from each other? So what do you get when you look out and you see all these people basically getting along? What happens in your brain?
I suppose it just, it reminds me that, we're all related, we're all of the same species, we're all basically the same thing, and we all have similar goals but different in life, and we're all just trying to survive and do our thing and express our own free will. So I guess I just see everyone kind of being an individual but also being connected as we are of the same species. And I don't know if that answers your question or not.
It does. Okay, thanks a bunch, you guys.
Yeah.
Mostly people look a little tired, a little cold. Some people have gotten their food and they're eating. Other people seem to be sitting very patiently, waiting. These beautiful bowls. Camping bowls, Tibetan singing bowls, plastic kiddie bowls, all different colors and shapes. Yogurt container. I thought about doing that.
Our troops are in distress. They need to be end the war.
Here's a woman in black boots, blue jeans, baby blue jean jacket, and she has one of those really thin plastic rain covers on. She's holding probably a 1-gallon sterling silver bucket. She has a soup ladle. People are holding out their cups and bowls. She's ladling soup into it. She walks down the line and hits the next person. Looks like a pretty thin broth with some vegetables. People are waiting patiently for her to come around. Looks like greens and maybe some potatoes in there. Everybody's getting about a cup if they're lucky. So they're bringing around salad. It looks like some people have some corn. It looks like the soup is actually quite hot, steamy, and healthy looking.
My name's Casey Diaz. I'm a rainbow. I've been to a lot of nationals. I enjoy it. There's a lot of reasons to come here, and I think it varies just a little bit. But for me, it's more about like getting back to the land or like getting away from the cities for a little while and finding some peace through this. I try to learn while I'm here, because there's a lot of things you can learn here, from surviving in the woods to just learning guitar, simple things about life, and that it makes it all worth it, to see this many people be able to come together in a peaceful fashion, and kind of assemble and live with the land peacefully for a while, and then some of us have to go back to our other lives, so it's beautiful to see.
Our show is called Peace Talks, and so we're here to learn what motivates people to come. And you talked a lot about the land. What does the land do for you that promotes peace?
I'm from Indiana, so there's no mountains there, and it's like there's no scenery there like this. I see cornfields every day, and I see what is happening to the land through the wrong type of farming. It's getting better, but so coming here and seeing this lush, basically untouched part of the country, it brings me peace to know that it still exists and that there are more people trying to make more of this land, or like return some of the old land to how it was.
Talk about that experience of peace that you get here sitting on the earth that you don't get at home. What does it feel like?
It's calming, I think the 4th of July is a perfect example here. there'll be 25,000 people here tomorrow. Everyone's gonna come out here together and sit in complete silence, for most of the day, and then the children will come in the middle and will and kind of break apart. But it's like that you have 20,000 people holding hands in a beautiful scenery and all together. It's undeniable. You can't deny the feeling of peace and togetherness that comes from something that large.
What would you say to critics that say, oh, it's just temporary, or it's a bunch of freaks, it's a bunch of hippies, it doesn't have any meaning, it doesn't last?
It's not true. I can understand that some people will see that, and part of it is they've never experienced it. The rainbow, the first rainbow gathering was in '71. There was unofficial ones prior to that, so it's obvious that it's not just a flash in the pan. We're all proof of that. It's getting bigger, not smaller. And I think with the way the economy in our country is going, more people are opening their ears and eyes to situations like this because they've seen there needs to be some kind of change. Personally, I do not agree with all of the rainbow ideas, but I do agree with the essential cores of the ideas, the basic ideas.
What's the essential core that you really believe in for the gathering?
As far as here, leaving the land how we found it, there will be people here a month after everybody's gone cleaning this up, picking out the little pieces of toilet paper out of the shitters, tearing everything down, just walking around picking up trash. And, sorry, since we promote living with the land, we try to lead by example in that way. And if we can't do that, then everything after that doesn't mean anything. If we can't hold our most basic idea to live with the land peacefully and leave it as we were, then all the details after that, mean nothing.
Describe the tattoo on your back. It says HIV positive. I couldn't read it because I'm sitting next to you, so I just wanted you to describe it.
Oh, yeah.
It's about how big?
It goes all the way across my back, so I don't know, 24, 25 inches, something. It's prominent on my back, and usually when I wear t-shirts, the HIV part sticks out. I try to bring my message about that here. I wear a sign on my front usually that states the same thing. I'm not trying to scare people. I just want them to think about it and be more aware. It's just about making smarter decisions so you don't end up in my situation. I don't want to see my friends and family go through potentially what I will. And there are a lot of people out here who maybe don't consider the possibility. I'm the only person here with this tattoo, but I'm not the only person here with HIV. I've had a number of people come up to me and tell me they also have HIV, because I'm open about it, and I just want them to be more comfortable. I fight against the stigma of what it is. People think if you get HIV, your life is over, and people give up. And I try to show them that that's not true. I still have a life. I'm far from, over.
You look really healthy.
Thank you. I am pretty healthy. I stay pretty healthy. I'm not on HIV medication, but I just try to eat right, exercise. But that's the core for anybody. Even regular people's health. You have to eat right. You have to have physical activity and try to keep your stress down.
How accepting would you say are most people, or what kind of reaction do you get? Because that's one thing that's promoted in the gathering is inclusivity. Nobody's outer.
Sadly enough, I get about the same reaction here that I do in the rest of the world. The majority of the people are happy for what I'm doing. A lot of people just have honest questions that they want to ask, that they're afraid to ask people, but if they know that I have HIV, they're more comfortable asking me. you know, I get a few people who are like, why would you ever do that? You know, like, there's people, you know, I mean, there's people who are like, it's a lie, it's a scam by the government, you know, and I know I have a virus in my body, you know, but I just try to give them the information, and if they don't accept it, there's nothing I can, you know, I mean, I'm not here to force it on people, you know, I just want people to think more about their actions, you know, because that translates into the rest of the world, you know, I mean, it makes the world a better place, not just for HIV, but for everything, you know, and that's what it's about to me. My main message is HIV, but the cores of what I believe in spread throughout every life, you know.
Here comes the soup kettle.
Hot soup.
Casey, thanks so much for talking.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Would you like some salad?
Absolutely.
Would you like some salad?
Thanks. So I'm wondering, would you guys be willing to be interviewed briefly?
Sure.
For broadcast and webcast?
Sure. Kelsey Erickson, or you can call me Mushroom.
Ashley or Star.
Mushroom and Star. All right. Tell our listeners what you two look like.
Mud people.
Mud monsters. Mud monsters. Mud nymphs.
Mud nymphs.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. And so what's going on with your hair?
Well, it is a flaming red mohawk, but at the moment it is caked up with mud. And I do have this rainbow colored braid, but you can't really tell.
It's a mud
at this
lock.
point. It's a mud lock.
And I have a full set of mud locks.
Now, how do you get so much mud to stick? How do you do that?
You mud wrestle.
Mud wrestle.
Where did you do that?
At Dirty Kids Camp.
Oh, there's a Dirty Kids Camp.
Dirty Kids Camp.
Okay.
In Lower Meadow.
You guys look fantastic. What does it feel like to be covered in mud?
Oh, it feels
really
good.
Our show is about making peace. What does mud have to do with peace?
Well, it's Earth. It's the Earth Mother. She's peaceful, right?
Yeah, you guys are the Earth. There's no distinction, right? Right. Okay, so what is the most important? Is this your first, second, third, 10th gathering? What is it?
Third for me.
Yeah, it's my second.
And so with a third gathering, what do you take back besides, some muddy shoes? What's the most important thing that you'll learn and keep with you from a gathering?
Just love everybody and share it and enjoy it and pass it on. We can change the world.
Is that easy to do when you get back to work and people are jerks? And can you really hold on to the feeling of fun and love?
The rainbow feeling stays with you forever. I mean, the magic stays with you real strong for a month or so, but it's always there, and you can always tap into it. Yeah, and you meet rainbow people everywhere.
You do?
Yeah.
Tell me one story when you're back in Babylon and something's really making you mad. How do you tap into the peace? How do you remember it? And how does it change your behavior to calm down?
Well, for instance, okay, so I have a flaming red mohawk, right? So this is kind of this polar thing that happens where people either love it or they hate it. Right? So I get a lot of really strange looks. And I've learned that if I just give them the biggest, most heartfelt grin, they melt. They melt. And people respond to love.
I hope you two just continue having tons of fun. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Loving you.
Loving you. Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. Hello. Those girls were covered with mud from head to toe. I could see their eyeballs, and that was about it. They were adorable.
My name is Joyce, and my association with the gathering is that I like to come here.
So, I know you don't represent all African Americans, but it's so white here, I have to wear shades. What is going on? Where are the people of color?
I think that, there are some people of color here. It is predominantly white, though, I think for a lot of reasons, because the hippie movement in general is pretty a white movement. They're pretty white.
Let me stop you there. Why is the hippie movement mostly white?
Talking to my mother, I'm a black woman, and talking to my mom, we used to argue about feminism a lot. She had no room for it, and finally one day I was like, "But Mom, you are totally a feminist." And once I explained to her what it was, it made sense to her. But because she grew up in the 60s and 70s when feminism was becoming a bigger movement, it didn't include women of color, and so my mom really didn't care for it. The problems that white women at that time were facing, it was mostly middle class, white women problems, and not necessarily things that applied to women of color, women of poverty. So I think as far as the hippie movement kind of is similar to that, as far as it is very inclusive, but I can understand why some people of color don't feel that it is, or have other priorities, they can't take off 3 weeks to go to the woods, or a week or whatever, because they have their job and they have to take care of their family and provide for their family, and they have other concerns rather than coming to the forest to do whatever people imagine it is that people do at rainbow gatherings.
Basically, what do you do here?
Well, today I did some yoga, and I was in a circle, a bunch of people talking about things that were important to us. Just camping out, meeting a lot of people, learning a lot from older people who have been part of the Rainbow family for a long time, learning about the values that keep people coming back.
What would you say those values are?
Peace, equality, environmentalism. There's, I've heard some people say that it's kind of damaging to the National Forest for so many people to come out and live on one small space, and there's no plumbing, so there's the poop problem and water problem and all that. But people stay afterwards and make sure that everything is the way it is, and make sure that all the trash is picked up. If people are don't care and leave trash behind, there's people that come up behind and clean it up. So taking care of the earth, respect for the earth, and respect and love for every person.
How welcomed do you feel, or is it difficult to be surrounded by, wouldn't you admit, 95% white people?
Well, I'm from North Dakota, so it's not really a problem. Pretty used to it. But there is just so much emphasis on loving each other that it really doesn't matter. And everybody is welcome, regardless of their race or sexuality, or even if you do have some value disagreements, or whatever. Everybody's welcome and everybody's loved.
Can I ask you a couple more questions? You're being great. So, are you basically saying that in a way the hippie movement is sort of irrelevant to African Americans?
No, I definitely don't think that. I think that and this is all projection because I wasn't alive in the 60s, but it seems that the hippie movement started off very genuine and really about peace and love and things like that. But then after a while, it kind of became a fashion statement, as a lot of things do. Environmentalism became, free Tibet became a fashion statement. Like a lot of causes become fashion statements after a while. And then it's people of upper classes, people of leisure who have the money, who are able to take part in those movements because they don't need to provide for themselves. And so there are other people who, aren't of that, aren't that type of person, people who genuinely are impoverished but still choose to live this way because it is a very it's a very easy way to live. You don't really need a lot of money if you don't focus on, materialism. So I don't think it's irrelevant at all. To answer your question, I don't think that it's relevant to people of color. I think that it's just that there's a lot of question about what it really is and what hippies do, and I can understand how people of color or people who are in poverty don't feel like it's something that they could be a part of.
I really appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Yes, I'm Maya Todorita.
Oh my gosh. Where are you from, Maya?
I'm from Tucson.
How many gatherings have you been to?
I think, including this one, 2.
What do you like about them best?
It's gathering.
That's a new verb. How old are you?
I'm 8.
What's most fun about the gathering?
It has a lot of activities and so many people share peace.
Our show is about peace. How do you experience peace when you're at the gathering? What does it feel like in your body?
Feels like a warm hot chocolate.
You're the mom. How long have you been coming to gatherings?
I first went to a gathering in Missouri in 1985 when I was 20.
What was your motivation?
Back then? Oh gosh, friends had told me that it was fun and I wanted to see where all the hippies went.
Do you consider yourself a hippie?
You know, that's a funny question. I'm not old enough to have been an official hippie, but people younger than me think I am.
Would you call yourself a hippie?
Sometimes I do.
What are the positives of being a hippie?
I guess you're not as bound to the social customs of non-hippiedom.
Like, what are one or two of those customs?
Oh gosh, it depends on where you are, you know, but I like that here you can nurse your baby and not worry about somebody staring at you weirdly. It's a freedom that you can have, or heck, you can even, you know, take your own shirt off if you want.
Have you been known to do that?
You gotta start up.
I have from time to time.
I got these kids.
What a great feeling of freedom. It's so unusual, isn't it, in our culture, that you can be around other people naked.
Yeah, it shouldn't be so strange, but the weather here isn't real inviting for that anyway. So
it's a little chilly. What do your friends in Babylon say about, oh, she's taking her kids to the rainbow gathering? Is that they like that or not?
At this point in my life, most of my friends probably have taken their kids to rainbow gatherings too. But the rest of my family that hasn't been to a rainbow gathering sort of accepts it as one of the things that I do. They can go on cruise ships and have fun, and I can go to rainbow gatherings.
What's the part that you look forward to the most?
Meeting old friends that I haven't seen, you know, because we all live in different parts of the, you know, we're not as connected as we could be, and so it's just nice to run into an old friend that I haven't seen in a long time. And just having the time to sit down and have a cup of tea with him.
I think everybody so.
It seems like one of the ideas behind the gathering is it's a utopia, and we're all going to get along and everything's going to be peaceful. But that's really impossible, isn't it?
Well, a utopia is sort of a perfect word, isn't it? So of course it's going to be impossible. But you know, if we get together like this and we practice, then we can only get better at it.
Still have my gloves, right?
And what encourages you about what people are practicing? What in particular do people do differently that they don't do back in their regular lives?
Well, because this gathering is a long walk in, I think we're recycling our containers. I see a lot of, you know, recycling going on, a lot of people reusing things in an interesting way. I saw a piece of fencing being used as a volleyball net. You know, that's pretty good. I just like the way people are more auto-autonomous, you know, self-sustaining here. Seem to take care of ourselves in small groups better than we would back there.
We're staying over in Kitty Village, and my wife really wanted to come, and I did too. And I'm glad I did. It was kind of hard to take off work. I'm a business owner in Tucson, and so it was kind of hard to let go for a minute and come up here and enjoy the beautiful. But I'm so glad I did, because the altitude and the trees and the air and everything feels really good, and I'm looking forward to being really refreshed when I get back home and have to run my business. We make microphones, so broadcast microphones, as a matter of fact.
What's most important to you about the gathering in terms of peacemaking and nonviolence?
Well, I think it's important to be kind to people and educate them. You know, there's people of all different levels of growth here,
and some of the people are really very spiritually connected, and other people, we're just trying to help them out and tolerate, them and sort of gently encourage them into more peaceful ways, and by loving them, and being kind and sweetness and gentleness. And we're trying to teach that for our children, and we think that peace really starts with us. If you want to have peace in the world, then we need to make peace within ourselves, so that we have a calm spirit, and then learn to have that in your own family, and then in your own community, and then it grows from there. So, one person at a time.
What behaviors are you most concerned about that people aren't fully evolved in their doing here at the gathering?
Well, I just think it's good to encourage people to use good language, and if there's, ask them not to use profanity, especially around children, and most people are doing that. Most people are really peaceful and loving, and then there's the small percentage of people that are attracted to this that just aren't ready to be that peaceful yet, but they're learning and they want to. So we're trying to help them and love them and be kind, so that
just seeing that this whole thing is possible, just looking around and seeing what's happening, I think it gives people a greater sense that it's possible, that it can happen.
Yeah, and it is happening. And one of the things too that I've been encouraging people to really be kind to law enforcement, and to love them and think of their families when they're walking through, and to smile, and I think that helps. And so far what I've seen inside the gathering is, with regard to law enforcement, is I don't know of any incidents that have been violent with law enforcement. Everything has been pretty good so far, and so it's a lot of work to be responsible spiritually and to promote peace. And when you hear someone jibing somebody, it's just good to talk to them and just step in and try to help them understand that the kinder, gentler ways are going to help us to achieve our goal.
I am interested in that, because the culture here is that if you see something happening that you think's inappropriate, it's okay to walk up and say something and ask people to change their behavior. Is that true? And then, but is that kind of a scary thing to do, or what kind of response do you get when you go up and try to ask somebody to change their behavior?
Well, it depends on how you approach them. If you approach them with love and gentleness, most often you can sort of break through the anger and get them to see that you're just trying to help them out and become calm and rational.
And so you're relatively successful at that?
Well, I think so. I mean, I don't go around all day just trying to help people fix themselves, because if I start doing that, then I'll find myself broken before long. But I really do just try to be gentle with people, and then if they're not ready to take it in a gentle way, then it becomes obvious, and you just move on and let it go.
It's Rory Ridley from Austin, Texas.
Great, Rory. Tell me a little bit about how it's not just, the family isn't just here at the gathering. How else does the family interact throughout the year?
The way that I experience family elsewhere is a lot of times social events near hot springs, picnics in the park in my community, which is Austin, Texas. Elsewhere in the country when I'm traveling, a lot of times I'll see people at very unexpected points. Walking down the main street in Telluride, Colorado. I cross the main street and I see somebody that I recognize. He recognizes me, and we hug each other because we've met and visited for several weeks here at this event. So we already know each other. We are family. And it's a very unusual thing to not be family by blood, but I think people understand that, they have extended family. They have people that they love that much. And this is a place where you can meet many, many people and develop that type of relationship.
And how does the culture of the gathering extend to those interactions that you have in other places?
The underlying energy here, I believe, is service to one another. The food that comes from the kitchens is prepared by people who love the people that they're serving. The food that's brought to the kitchens is brought with the expectation that it's going to be shared with everyone that comes. So everything that happens in the woods is volunteer, it's service-oriented. People gather wood for the fires, people bring water, people pick up the trash, and it's all done out of love, of that spirit of love.
And do you see that kind of behavior continuing in other interactions outside of the gathering? Does that same culture happen where there's service and love and sharing?
There is. A good example of it was after the Katrina disaster a few years ago in Oceanside, Mississippi, which was completely devastated. The several buses, Rainbow family who drive buses around the country, showed up and started serving food. They called it Oceanside Cafe. And then they were the first non-governmental organization on the scene, as I understand. And then several church organizations came and supported them with fresh water and food. They served for about 3 months, is what I heard. And all out of donations. No federal support.
What would you say to people who say that this is just a temporary group of freaks or hippies and it doesn't really have any impact on peace?
For me, the cycle of seeing my family every year is something that will continue to draw me, just as people go to see their family every year for Christmas or Thanksgiving. So of the 38 years this has been going on, I'm only 47 years old myself, so it's been going on most of my life. I came to it as quickly as I could, and I see myself returning for the rest of my life. And there are folks here that are very elderly and need a lot of help coming into a forest like this, and they get the help to come.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about the incident that happened in Wyoming last year. Were you there?
No, I was not there.
But you heard about it?
I did hear about it. I am an acquaintance of the person that was arrested that day, and I did speak to him yesterday about the event. And then, of course, I saw the video that's been posted on YouTube repeatedly. I've seen other events similar to that. And I had apprehension today that there might possibly be a repeat experience when the federal officers came in to arrest people, just because that history existed from just from last year, that it might happen again. So that's something that I personally talked to an incident commander yesterday and asked for peace, for support, for a spirit of service from our civil servants. They're here to do law enforcement, but Americans firing on Americans in any context is not what I consider the American way or the American dream, especially if they're peaceful.
What kind of response did you get?
The response that I got from this is the Federal Service Incident Command local commander, was that his folks shot into the ground and did not fire on anybody specifically. I would let the people who could see these videos on YouTube make the judgment as to what they believe, that they did not shoot anyone, no children, no people, nobody in the face. But he did admit that they did use OC spray on a crowd that, watch the video and see if you think that they were being violent.
What's OC spray?
OC spray is a form of pepper spray. It's an irritant to the mucous membranes. It makes it very difficult to breathe, to see. It's some would call it a tear gas variant, and it was shot in the form of paintballs, as I understand, from a paintball gun.
What role do you think the Forest Service should play at these gatherings?
The Rainbow family has its own organization to assure safety and security and to watch out for everybody here. They coordinate with the law enforcement agencies. There are several. There's the sheriff, there's the Forest Service, there's the federal marshals. But the group within the family coordinates with them so that if there is a threat to the safety of the public here, that the law enforcement is made aware of that, and there's a cooperation to resolve that kind of problem. And that's been going on since the very beginning.
Are you saying then that it's okay that they're here as long as they only help when they're asked to?
The main objection that the Rainbow family has to the federal law enforcement is the fact that they bring their weapons into what is considered a sacred area during a religious event. A lot of people are very serious about this being their religion, that this is considered church to a lot of people because of the spirituality. The incident commander I talked to yesterday did not acknowledge that this is a religious event. And I don't know if that's his call, but the fact that he was wearing a weapon, you know, in an area where there's no obvious threat made me ask him if the weapon was for my protection or his protection.
What did he say?
He didn't answer that question.
What would you say to a Rainbow who is still angry? They were at Wyoming last year, they saw it go down, and they're still angry. They can't forgive the Forest Service. They're not at peace. What would you say to them?
It's interesting that in the Kitty Village, which is the area set aside for families and children where the incident occurred last year, that happens every year. There's a Kitty Village where diapers are changed and bottles are washed and all this. There is a sign posted now on a tree that's a quote from Mahatma Gandhi that said, "First they will ignore you, then they will laugh at you, then they will fight you, then you will win." And I would say the hope of peace is stronger than the fear of violence and the fear of whatever it is the federal government's afraid of.
Are you saying that you would suggest that people just ignore the Forest Service and not get upset about them?
I would say that, excuse me, the spirit of peaceful coexistence is the best course of action in any society, and mutual respect. I think that it was interesting that the incident commander that I spoke to yesterday said that his perspective is that the Rainbow family is asking for a piece of federal land to use for a period of time, and the federal government's response is to give them permission to use the federal government's property and secure it and manage it for the group. And I asked him, I said, well, does that mean that the property belongs to the federal government, or does the property belong to we the people, the Americans who want to use it over the 4th of July? And, you know, he said, well, that's what I meant to say. And I told him that, you know, that my impression is that the federal government believes that they own the national forest, when in fact I believe that I own the national forest and that it's here for my use in a peaceful gathering with my family on 4th of July.
Rory, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Ed Keller. I'm from Ashland, Oregon, and my association is, that's funny, it's my first gathering back after 18 years. I did a number of gatherings back about 18, 20 years ago, back in the days when we were chasing the dead around and such as that. So I guess it's my affiliation. Now I'm here with my daughter.
What brought you back with your daughter?
Well, she just turned 18, and her last Rainbow gathering was when she was 6 weeks old. We took her to a gathering right after she was born. As soon as the midwife gave us the okay to drive away on our 6-week checkup, we were back on the road and up to a Rainbow gathering in Northern California. And then now it felt really full circle to bring my adult daughter here. She just turned 18, just graduated high school, and so as we step off on a larger adventure, this felt like just an absolutely appropriate and perfect first stop for her to expand her mind. She complains about being raised in a funny little bubble because we live in a small town. It's very alternative and very groovy, very friendly, and so to get a little life experience, we're traveling around, and this felt like a really good place to get some life experience.
She wanted to do a project about sustainability, is that true?
Right, yeah. As my daughter graduated high school, I asked her, what do you want to do after high school? And it was just one of those hallway conversations, you know, just kind of BSing one morning. And she said what she'd really like to do, but she know I'd never do it, is to take a tour, go backpacking or hitchhiking across the United States and visit sustainable communities and check in on what's happening with eco projects, sustainability, and community were her main things. She took a permaculture course last year with a really amazing man up in the Southern Oregon region, and she was so turned on by permaculture and the systems that we could be living with to allow us to eat bioregionally, etc. She was really turned on and said, let's go. So off we went.
What other places have you gone to?
So far, we just visited actually her mother, who lives down in Santa Cruz, California. It really lives on a neat piece of property where they're doing some cool gardening, and it's all solar. They're off the grid to the degree that they can be. And so we started there with a neat little visit. Then did some training and busing and stuff. Went down to Los Angeles, and we interviewed this really great couple that have created a sustainable film company. And so they're making all these really crazy choices about making of this film they want to make, like choosing locations depending on where their crew lives, or access to public transportation. You know, so everything they're doing, the auditions and the cast, everything they're doing is like along the train line in LA, so that people can get there using public transportation easily, and then not using electricity. So they're going to be shooting it in found light. If they need to use light, they'll use solar. You know, they're doing it not on film, but on digital chips, right? So it's just digital information. So there's no expendables in that arena. It's just information onto a hard drive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just making a bunch of sustainable choices on how to make a movie. And so we got to interview them, and they're just fantastic people, doing very professional level work within LA Hollywood, always on a bike. They don't own cars, and using the public transportation. It was really inspiring on how just, regular people, inner city, can make the smallest choices and make impact, ideally, or at least start to create the models of what we could be living like to be more sustainable. Including, she gave us coffee cups. It was really quite fun. She gave my daughter and I matching coffee cups, so we're carrying those around, and they've kind of become a thing. We've taken pictures of us, getting things in our cups. It's like we just went to a juice place one morning, get some boosters or whatever, and we got them in our own cups, and it was like, hey, that's 2 less styrofoam cups in the landfill, just right there, first day out of the shoot. What would happen if we could all make simple choices like that? And we did it. It was a big choice for us to leave our car behind. I'm real addicted to a car. She's addicted to a car. And so we left a car. We just 2 backpacks on foot, and off we go for 2 months of walking around the United States with no personal transportation of our own. We used public transportation, been on Greyhound and Amtrak, and then lots of friendly rides. And we've gotten some rides actually through our website, just by people saying, I can help. I'll take you from here to there. So,
what's your web address?
That's isbreathing.com, and that's kind of fun. So Rena's blog is at rena.isbreathing.com, and my blog is ed.isbreathing.com. So there's kind of a build there, and and we're having a really great time with using social media and connecting with people using live video and live chat to keep people up to date with us when we're on the road. Except out here at the gathering, we told the people who are following us and stuff, we're going to be out of cell phone and off for this week. The rest of the trip we're online a lot.
Our program is about peacemaking, and I'm curious what you two are learning, traveling together, daughter, father. How are you guys getting along?
So far, she and I are getting along famous. Just no issues there at all. We've really had some great rides. Got some really neat people who gave us some rides from Phoenix to Albuquerque, for example, was through Craigslist. And we found, these levels of community that exist there, and got picked up by a van load of folks coming out here. Got to sit in the back with, 3 flea-ridden, farting dogs for miles and miles and miles. It was a blast. Fantastic. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah. It took us 15 hours to do a 6-hour drive with a flat tire and overheating and everything else, but hey, it was a good ride,
You're very good-natured. It's been 18 years since you've been to a gathering. How have they changed?
What's interesting about that, 18 years since my last gathering, and at first glance and such, very little change. It's like exactly. I see the same kids, except they're clearly not the same kids. Dressed the same way, except clearly it's not exactly the same way. But the continuity of this, I love you, being the chant you hear through the trees in the middle of the night hundreds of times. We love you. It's this beautiful chant that just comes echoing through the trees all night long and all day, and that is very similar. I mean, it's exactly the same as it was 20 years ago, and that community and togetherness and family that gets created here, and is pretty exciting and inspiring. So that's the same. I think your question was what's different. I don't know. I guess there may be a bit more of a vagrant population coming through than when I was doing it back then. Now, I don't know if it's just my own perception, but back then it seemed like it was a smaller, tighter-knit group of people that knew each other automatically because they had just done other gatherings and things. I think the Grateful Dead and Following the Grateful Dead was another real weave of the Rainbow Tribe. When they weren't doing rainbow gatherings, they were also doing Grateful Dead shows, and it kept them woven together, I think. I'm making this up. I'm clearly no expert, but I think they had a tighter knit community. But that's just a one man's thought about it.
Have you seen anything violent or scary, anything you're concerned about your daughter being exposed to?
Not even a little bit, no. There have been out in the parking lot, and out when you first arrive, there's people that hang out in the parking lot. A lot of looky-loos that aren't really here for the gathering, don't understand that it's about peace, and they drink a lot of alcohol, and so they keep that. There's a camp out by the parking lot called A Camp. They keep the alcohol out there, and so I think a lot of people get turned off when you first come to a rainbow gathering because you have to make it through like the layers of junk and sort of the scary element, if you will, to use your terminology there. That scary element is out around the outskirts. But once you get in and set up and camp, the neighbors that you meet in the woods and the community that builds instantaneously really lets all that go away. I would feel very secure, leaving valuables laying on the ground here, unlike a regular art festival or something. There just isn't that energy here, and not to be too goofy, the term energy is even kind of goofy, but it doesn't feel like that here. Everybody's willing to look you right in the eye and hug you if they don't know you, and it makes it very different than just a music festival or something.
Have you run into people you knew from 18 years ago?
One person so far, or two, and we kind of recognized each other. We started comparing notes, and indeed, he rode on my bus for a little while, like 20 years ago, so that was neat. And then, of course, looking at some of the organizers, some of the main council and stuff, there was several people there, because they've been around, they've been doing it.
What do you most want people to know about the gathering? People who would never come to a gathering, what do you most want them to know about it?
That we're all the same. And that yes, I am so used to the trappings, right? What we look like, what we wear, what we smell like, and you come out here, and all of those things get thrown away because people are wearing different clothing. They are looking very different with incredibly different hairstyles. They do not look like the same people that I run around with, not the same people that I see in the grocery store normally. And you get here, and we all want the same things. We're all loving our children. We're loving one another. We're trying to be good to the planet. We're trying to live peacefully, and I think that it would be really, really healthy if we could jump through some of the visual prejudice that when a van load of quote-unquote hippies or unsavory-looking characters roll into your town, that it's not need to be fearful. It's not for us. We don't need to be afraid of them. They're us. They're just us. Slightly different, get up. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My name's Ted Garrison. I'm a missionary's kid from India. I come from the longest line of evangelical, they were Presbyterians. They got on the Mayflower to save the Indians. Then they walked to Missouri a generation later, western Missouri, to save the Indians. And then 4 generations ago, they went to India. So my grandfather was born there because his father had gone there. My dad was born there, and I was born there. And then I went to Bible college and went back to Pakistan to try to be missionaries. I was like, go deeper into the missionary thing into Pakistan. I was like, whoa, this is terrifying. This conceptual battle, it's too scary for me. I'm out of here. I left my wife, my career, my ancestors, and bought a plane ticket in the middle of Delhi with the rupees, and you can't do that but I can speak some very good English.
No problem.
And proceeded to trash my career for maybe 75 cents worth of pornography in Times Square.
What was your career?
Missionary, to tell people.
Oh, you were still a missionary, yeah. So,
see, I came into the world. My father was having an affair with a very beautiful white lady just down the road, 100 kilometers away. He had to do something with my mother. My own mother was in the way. So he conceived this wild plot. Maybe did not think too much. In a fit, he threw her down a cliff.
No, come on, Ted. Really?
Her neck, went down with a rock and beat her head, left her for dead. She was miraculously brought out, put in a body cast for some month at least. They had a fit of sex reconciliation when the body cast came off, and I came into the world. I was to be Peter, but I came out Teddy.
Did your dad leave you, or was he still in the picture?
It was because they believed as they did, and my mother believed till death do us part, that she should be abused in such a manner.
She stayed with him?
No choice. You don't know the depths of religious conviction. Sister, I am born in the depths of, you must take a conviction out into the world, which is what? To threaten people with Jesus.
Now, Ted, you told me that you're the gathering dogmatist? Yes. Is that what you said?
So all of that is story. To say one guy, he said to me when I was all disillusioned with don't want to talk Jesus, anything, just friendly way, good, that would be good as starters. Maybe Jesus has something to do with friendly way to start. Okay, Gospel of Jesus, but you have to be a Hindu to understand that. So this guy who was really one of these hippies, maybe 10, 12 years ago, I've been coming this 10 years, so at least he said, you have to go to the gathering. He came like Jesus, like he was Jesus to me. He thought he was Jesus, and I thought, all these kids are thinking they are Jesus. I know all about Jesus. From every tradition and concept, who's Jesus, I meant to know. I was to go back to India to preach to Jesus and convert the whole country to the Lord. And I failed.
Well, I wouldn't call you a failure, but maybe you just changed your mind. Now, you said there was a list? You said there was a list?
Prenatal sequencing is now what I know. So I would preach to you how a fetus was conceived and the 10 stages it goes through to be born, and I would insist that we agree on a friendly way about the metaphysics and the child conception about the whole. Friendly about the higher things, there's these different dimensions, and child below. So then there's 10 concepts that go into this. We got all to this for this. Welcome, home, friend, listen, we say, be here, now, to gather, remember to gather in stillness. The innocent child, everything is awake.
Oh, Ted, that was fantastic. But just let me ask you a couple more questions, okay? Is that okay? You got a couple more minutes?
Questions? I love questions. I only have answers. No questions.
One of the things that the gathering purports to be is inclusive. How do you feel we're doing here in terms of religious diversity? Are there a lot of religions really represented, and are we really being inclusive?
American Zionism without a gun. This is white American Zionism, and all. The ignorant side of us is, I got a gun in my pocket or some kind of weapon that I could kill you with on my own initiative.
No, it's that I can look at myself in the mirror with.
No, that's you. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. But we're saying nobody. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out.
Wait a minute. Are you saying this is all just a bunch of crap, that it's not real?
Okay, you think this is all a bunch of crap? What?
Are you saying that it's just a bunch of white kids? You said that.
He was joking.
No, I'm not really.
What's
kind of is sort of that way.
Is it real? Here's what I'm asking you: is the peace thing real?
What else? Planet Earth is vibrating where peace is located. The grass is green. Look out there. There's dimensions. We're in the 4th of 10 dimensions where it's actually material shows up to conceptualize itself, to conceptualize the words. We are conception. What do you conceive the universe to be? That's kind of what it is.
Yeah, special magic artist we too, I think, because he can't say we really. He doesn't. There's no we about the Rainbow Gathering, not really.
Well, it just isn't, you know. Because everybody's so different.
Well, this is where I'm Islamic. This is where I'm like Muhammad, you know, where it's like we. So I'm with Muhammad. I come here as a sort of out of white America Christian thing with an Islamic kind of mystical
His pocket's the same.
Say what?
A capitalist with a mouse in his pocket is the same thing as say we.
Yeah, there's a complex categories of capitalism. Getting to understanding that is to me requires dimensions. I'm kind of Kantian on my feet.
Well, let me ask it this way. In one sentence, what's the purpose of the gathering and how successful is it in meeting that purpose?
Think, friend, conceive the child. And what was the other part?
How successful is it?
I'm in your face. That's successful.
You're here, right?
Yeah.
You having a good time?
I'm having a blast.
It's pretty successful.
I got it.
There's not an intent, really.
There's no intent?
I don't think so. If there was an intent, it would be what he said before. It's like really respecting the peace, even if other people have a different version of it. But I think that is a really big part of it. It's like, you know, I see so many people here, and if you wanted to run around and talk to them as if you thought you knew where they were coming from, you would either be helped or you would be, you know, excused maybe. Especially if you have like a huge microphone, you know, so that's not easy to really get the word when you're carrying recording equipment. But really, like that, I think that's the big success about this is there really isn't one version here. You couldn't find one interpretation. You'd find each individual. Some of them you'd like to talk to. My grandma was a Jew. That was enough.
We're lost Jews. Why are we so allied with Israel and not the Palestinians?
I don't know. Why don't you?
We're here to remind
Israel.
Israel.
Come on.
We're here to remind Israel to call the gathering American style to Israel, American style, and we'll have the trade circle in Mecca. Now that is
I don't
religious.
even believe in the ghost dance, but it's much stickier than that.
This is religious fulfillment.
Well,
Israel calls the gathering, and there's a trade circle in Mecca. End of story. That satisfies the Jews, the Gnostics, the Hindus, the philosophers, the Muslims, the native, the ancient Chinese, the breathing Baptist Buddhists. No, it would.
Not the Christians.
Yes, it would. When they understand John the Baptist's knowledge, which is this is all Sophia, it's all a feminine entity. We're inside a female form. We're here to bring consciousness.
That might actually make some sense, but I suspect that this culture is suffering greatly from a true route to figuring out just how respectful they ought to be about that sort of thing.
We're here as a corrective. We're a mutation in the story to remind. This is that's why I call myself the gathering dogmatist. So it's ironic. There's no dogma at the gathering. So shut up, dude. It's like this is your point of view.
Go ahead, pick anybody you want to see there. They're not going to be the same.
It's totally unique. But that uniqueness doesn't have like a tribe. It doesn't have a perspective, dude. There's Muslim kids at this camp. When they get your respect, dude, they know how to serve needs with one another now in the way white kids, white consciousness just not sure about. White kids are not ready to help each other the way a Muslim kid.
Oh, is that right, really?
The way a native kid, once you get the respect, it's like tribal. Dude, you mention it. No, that's not tribal. Cub Scouts is like a
the white kids get. Come on, give them a break.
Oh, our kids, yeah, no, we're out of the tribe. That's why we call the tribe the ego.
Okay, hold it. I gotta ask a question here. Are you saying this is like training because white people because white people don't know how to be nice to each other?
No, they don't have to be white.
But everybody here is white. I've talked to one black person. Almost 95% of the people here are white.
The people that aren't white are guest speakers. So like easy does it there, kids. You don't have to be that upset about everything.
Why aren't there people of color here?
Why are there or not?
Why aren't
because
there
I think it'd be a little bit embarrassing and stupid on a certain level, you know.
Because they don't need it.
No, I wouldn't say that. But because it's more available to them on whatever, not specific to what we're doing here in Dayglow underpants or anything. It's just that I think that there's more community for most people that aren't just Anglo in America, because there's a sort of an identity thing with some kind of history, and then a lot of white kids don't want to identify with much. They got the 60s, and it's been embarrassed to death.
We are the satisfaction of white American 60s.
But
most of the history is really embarrassing.
Not Burning
and
Man.
awful.
Not Burning
But-
Man.
but,
it is Grateful Dead. It's following Grateful Dead.
Are
Vietnam
hippies
vets.
a white culture?
Probably, but not not on purpose. I don't think. No.
It's a mutation.
But probably they are to some degree. You couldn't count individuals to say that, because they could be any old color. It wouldn't make a difference. But it really has something to do with how tight culture. I mean, just review a few things about kind of where the energy was at if you're a kid growing up and being told this is what people think, this is how it is or something. You know, there have been a lot of weird years. I mean, think about the 50s, 60s, when it wasn't the 60s trip, but the 60s, like, you know, at home, you know, growing up however it was.
What year were you born?
Well, I was born in 68.
Oh, you're young.
Kid. See, everybody born since 62
Well, my
is
father
a
was a
kid.
beat-
It's not
was a
their
beat
problem,
artist.
right? Yeah.
So that also helped.
I'm just saying relative, like a responsibility in terms of like issue, is people born before 62 are still looking for an enemy, and people born after that, that's not like a
Don't forget how
problem
much
in
of
their
the Cold
minds.
War thing I had to grow up with anyhow, you know. Like in school, we still got under the desks, all that stupid shit. And
still
there's a
in
lot of weird
You're
cultural.
still in paradise. You're back in paradise.
Well, it's never changed that way.
Yeah, you
know.
know that.
And you know
in
when
a
you're leaving
way
because you're
that
like, oh shit, I just
it's
died.
shared. That's a shared consciousness. What you're talking about, that assumption of like being in paradise with people and being able to work it out within yourself.
Which is why it's
You're
not,
not starting
about
the
white
problem.
people or black people or anything.
No, it's a consciousness field that's part of. It can be integrated with all of what it is to be human. It's a mutated thing, but there's never been a tribe of individuals where the collective serves. That is what mutation is doing. And we need to return like Muslims to the tribe.
See, there you go again with the Muslim thing. I just
Yeah, I'm just religious. Bro.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
I talk religiously about the gathering.
Right.
I'm religious.
So I need to kind
Not
of go
much
to.
for Muslims here, really.
I don't think I've seen very many Muslims, but I want to thank you two. This was really great. And I need to ask, thank you very much. And I need to ask your permission just to use this interview
Yeah,
for.
you can. What's it for?
It's for a radio show called Peace Talks on the University of New Mexico's public radio station.
What do you need my name or something? Or just
Yeah, could you
Johnny
give?
Babylon? Johnny Babylon.
Where are you from?
I was born on the East Coast, but I've lived in southern Arizona for like 12 or 13 years now.
How many gatherings have you been to?
3, spread out really across the 41 years that I've been doing stuff that I'm aware of. Give or take.
That was great. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. It's almost 9 o'clock, and it's just starting to get dark. The moon is just a really fuzzy white platter up in the sky. It is just a real festival. There's a lot of smoke, and there's a lot of pot smell. People are running around doing different things. Here's a guy, got a green hat on. He's walking around picking up trash. He just decided that that's a good thing to do. Oh, it's watermelon rinds. So that must have been something that I missed out on. People are super friendly. I have run into a couple people several times, and a lot of folks are double checking that I'm doing okay. There's bonfires around the edges. There's lots of drumming and percussion music in the center. Dayglow frisbees. Just people walking around. trying to decide if I should go to bed or try to go see some kind of evening event. I'm thinking that I probably won't be here tomorrow night because this is just all so intense. I'm probably going to go home. But it's really nice to be here. It's just, you can read Mike Nyman's book. It's kind of like a friend of mine once said. I was getting ready to go to India. I decided to read a couple books about it. I decided to interview some people about it. One of the people I talked with said, you can read all the books, you can watch movies, but you will never understand India until you get there. And I think that's what a rainbow gathering's like. I read about it, I talked with people about it, I watched videos on YouTube, but until you're here, you just don't get the full effect of it. I cannot explain it. It's like going camping with 7,000 of your best friends, and they've all decided exactly what they want to do, and they're going to go do that, and they're just walking around. Some of them are in line giving massages, and some of them are smoking small cigarettes, and some of them are sitting on the ground still eating, and some of them are in groups of 10 or 12. Mostly it's just 2 or 3 people walking around, but it really does have a tribal feel to it.
My name is John Roadrunner. This is my 38th National Gathering of the Tribes. I have not missed one since '72 when I was arrested and thrown in jail for inciting a riot and trespassing. However, the judge threw it out because I was a Vietnam veteran. And I've been addicted ever since. And back in 1985, I was part of the info crew. I was a youngster with the info crew here at the Rainbow Gathering, and we like to consider ourselves the nerve center of the rainbow, because it takes a lot of nerve to sit here and tell people where to go. And so accordingly, 1985, previous to the Pennsylvania National Gathering, I was personally in touch with National Public Radio, Rolling Stone magazine, and High Times, and they decided to come spend some time at the Rainbow Gathering with us. And so in 1986, National Public Radio, Margot Smith and her sound person showed up at the Rainbow Gathering in Pennsylvania, outside of Heart's Content, Pennsylvania. And they talked with us in the Info Council, and we decided to go ahead and let them make recordings of various parts of the gathering so we could broadcast it. So on the morning of the 1st of July, I believe it was, a group of the NPR people came to the info booth, and I had borrowed a TAC 2000 dual cassette player, and I had about 7.5 hours worth of blank tape. And I proceeded to spend the whole day when they showed up at the info booth. I spent the whole day walking around the gathering, talking with various folks. And then we came back at the end of the day to the back of the info booth and spent the next evening editing it all out. And on the next morning, there was a live broadcast by National Public Radio from the Pennsylvania National Rainbow Gathering. Margot Smith and company. And I personally like to see that kind of thing happen again.
What do you think was the most important thing that people learned from that broadcast about the gathering?
I think what it is a feeling that a lot of people do understand the concept of peace and do understand the basic concept of cooperation. However, there are certain social restrictions that hinder effective communication between people. And I personally feel that the more people that understand that, yes, you can live in peace and harmony, the better off the whole world will be.
And so, what do you think is the most important peace learning that you take from the gathering back to your normal life?
She's leaving tomorrow.
The concept that people can make changes in their own particular Babylon environment if they pursue it. Where here we actually show the world that yes, we can live in peace and harmony for X amount of time without damaging the earth and restoring the earth to what it once was. And then hopefully that seed is planted here, those who are first-timers and those of us that are old-timers. I personally think it's a growth thing, and if we can eliminate more fear in the world, I personally feel that's a good idea. Because love works and fear don't. I've heard it explained.
What kind of specific changes do you think people can make? What kind of specific changes do people make in their lives because of the gathering?
Learning how to communicate more with each other, and perhaps maybe being a little more sensitive of others that are considered not part of your mainstream society. And that sensitivity comes with practice. However, I believe it starts with communication.
You've mentioned something a couple times, persistence and practice. Most people aren't motivated to stick with the changes, to notice when they get angry, to calm themselves down. What would you say to people to help them motivate themselves to be persistent, to practice these things?
You can make a change. You can make a difference in the world, however small it is. And even if you don't know how to do that, an elder of mine once said to either lead, follow, or stand aside and learn. And you'll get answers to all kinds of different questions if you sometimes just remember to stand aside and learn or observe how people interact. For example, here at the info booth, we have communications such as radio, and then we have what we call runners. And experience has shown me that by cooperation, we can actually get a message sent to a particular camp to find someone faster by using a runner than we can by radio, which is an interesting thing. And I feel, again, it's through communication. I myself, I'm fortunate enough to live in the country. Yeah, I don't live in a city, so I'm not exposed to the concrete and steel and the concept of not knowing who your neighbors are. We're here at the gatherings, we actually do get a chance to meet your neighbors and find out what they're about or educate them what you're about. And that is pretty neat, I think.
So one more question, you've been very kind. You're a Vietnam vet.
Yes.
What kind of healing has the gathering helped you with?
It's given me the opportunity to learn in my own personal life that, again, love works and fear don't. And being a Vietnam veteran, I've seen what bombs and bullets can do, and I know the after effect of it, and it's definitely not pretty. And there are viable alternatives to using weapons to solve your disagreements. I mean, personally, I've been known to yell. However, it doesn't hurt anybody other than those who have sensitive ears. But it's still, we're not fist fighting or we're not grabbing hoes or shovels and swinging at each other or anything along that line. We do try and communicate our differences and accept them and then go on from there. And I would encourage many of my younger friends that come to gatherings, I say, if you don't feel like you don't fit in, well, go take a look somewhere else, or talk with someone, or just be yourself, and that helps. However, if you do not know the feeling in your heart, we perhaps can show you how to open your heart to more good input versus bad input.
What's up, brother?
And I'm addicted. I've been addicted for 38 years now. And that's about all I got to say on that question.
Thank you very much.
We're walking along the trail back to the parking lot. There's a really nice man who's helping me.
Here we are.
This is it.
Is this the place?
This is the place.
Good.
May you know your kindness.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sister. Have a delightful evening.
You too. Take care.
You too. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Enjoy this magical place.
It is. Okay, now I just have to find my tent. It's kind of weird to be... You camp somewhere, you put up your tent somewhere, and then you leave in daylight, and you're all excited, and you're not really sure where you put your tent, but these guys will know. There's a little bonfire with some of my neighbors. It's looking good. Wow, it's a lot of my neighbors. Hey guys, how's it going?
How you doing?
Really good.
Are you looking for something?
I'm looking for my tent.
Well,
It's down here somewhere. I think I'm really close. I just got here.
somewhere is a big place today.
Somewhere.
Exactly. Did you just walk up
Somehow.
from Main Meadow?
I did, yeah. There was a really nice person who helped me. I just got here this afternoon. I
Oh.
put my tent up and then I went down.
Did you, when you went down to Main Meadow, did you go down this trail?
Yeah. I'm right over there. I'm right over by the parking lot. Do you know where
I
that
know
is?
where the parking lot is, yeah.
Yeah.
So you do know where you're at. And
I'm
you're
really-
oriented correctly.
I am. I'm
Because
really-
there was just a sister here about 10 minutes ago was totally disoriented as she was looking for her vehicle. And she had just come up from Main Meadow. And she took off that way. And we got to thinking about what she'd said. We went and got on. We think your vehicle's back up there. And we got the maps out. Well, it turned out that we were right. I'm gratified that we caught her because she could have walked for a heck of a... And she wasn't a youngster, you know, so that worked out well. I bet she's back at her vehicle by now because she was camped with her vehicle. So that was good. And you're right over here, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I hope it's okay. I need to ask permission. I'm a radio reporter. Is it okay that I'm recording this for broadcast and web?
It's okay by me.
Okay.
I can't speak for anybody else here, but it's fine by me.
Where are you from?
My name's Lee, and I'm from Denver, Colorado.
Oh, Lee, you know what? In order to really be totally legal about this, would you be willing to give your last name too?
No.
Okay. So, you're from Denver.
Yes, I am.
Have you done a lot of gatherings?
This is probably my 5th or 6th gathering, and I've been here for a little over a week. Enjoying every minute of it.
I bet. Our show is about peacemaking. That's why I'm here to do the program about gathering. What would you say you take back home from gatherings that's most important about peacemaking?
About peacemaking specifically, the desire that so many people have for peace, and also, from my point of view, the unreality of expecting total everlasting peace. I don't think it'll happen. I wish that it would, but I don't think it will. And tomorrow's the day that people are quiet and meditate and pray for peace. And maybe they have some of their own pet projects that they pray for.
When you say it's an unreality, do you mean for the whole world or for communities, individuals, marriages? What do you mean?
Well, I'm 66 years old, so I have a different perspective than the younger people here, I would imagine. And in my case, I mean for the whole world, yes. I mean for the whole world. There's just too many forces at work to expect peace, in my opinion.
Do you see those same forces working, say, in your neighborhood or in your own family? Or do you think
Not in my family, I don't, but I live in a pretty low-rent neighborhood, low-life neighborhood. There's a lot of crime and stuff. It's a scary neighborhood that I live in Denver, and I'm a volunteer coach at the high school. I coach track and field. I have contact with a lot of people, a lot of age groups, and there's just a tremendous amount of conflict. It's constant. It's just constant. It's disheartening.
What can you share with them? How do you help them?
I don't try. Are you talking about me as a coach? I don't try to do any of that stuff. I do the coaching stuff,
Okay.
the track and field and cross country. That's what I coach.
Okay.
As far as peace within the family or the neighborhood, I don't mess with it. It's hopeless.
It's hopeless. Now,
In my neighborhood,
in your neighborhood, it's hopeless.
I feel so, yes.
Is that depressing, or is that just you've accepted
Oh, it's
that?
tremendously depressing. I've lived in that neighborhood for 40-some years, and I've seen it slide downhill at a really rapid pace, and the level of violence there. My wife and I are getting out of there as soon as she retires, which will be within the next couple of years. I'm currently retired, so it's so financially disruptive at the end of your work career to just pack up and leave. So, but we're getting out. We weren't driven out by any contingent of humanity or anything like that. It's just a level of violence and unpleasantness and fear that we're leaving, because I think that's the intelligent thing to do. I can go out on our back patio in warmer weather when people are out and about more outside. Any given night I will hear gunfire. Part of that is recreational, what you might call recreational, and part of it's not. Within a very few blocks of where I live in the last 10 years, there's been a lot of murders, and most of them are not investigated very thoroughly. It's just so normal, so common, and it's awful that I'd use the word normal, isn't it? Anyway, that's my picture of the little microcosm that I live in at my residence. It's awful.
What forces do you think have led to that increasing violence?
I let that young man.
Greed be one of them. There's some racial tension.
Oh yeah.
This chick's got balls, man.
A great sense of entitlement that a lot of the younger people have. They refuse to work. In my neighborhood, a very high percentage of teenagers don't go to school, and that just leads to trouble. It's just a constant thing. There was one girl that I thought I really had a grip on. She didn't have a father at home. I knew her mother for many years, and Amy was her name, and I did everything in my power to keep Amy busy. I made sure she got a library card, enrolled in the summer reading program. I took her with me on some of my coaching endeavors. Anything to keep her busy and from just screwing up at a vulnerable age. And she got caught shoplifting at the local Kmart. I was shocked and really, really dismayed and angry. And she knows it. But she's defiant about it. And her mom doesn't say nothing. She says, if I say something to Amy, Amy won't like me. Well, I see a lot of that parental breakdowns like that. If I discipline my kid won't like me. Well, what are you going to do? Let them run wild?
Yeah, it's like the pendulum swang too far back. From, our generation feels like we got over-parented, so then they don't want to parent their own kids.
I don't know, single-parent families, are they more apt to be afraid that their child won't like them? I don't know. I don't have any kids, so I can't speak from that. And I'm from a family with several kids, but I always had the same mom and dad from the time I was born until I went into the military. So there's a gap there in my knowledge or my experience.
You're so kind to talk to me. Can I ask you one more question?
Yes, you can.
So I'm curious because I do hear the disheartened feel that you have for your own community, yet there must be a hopefulness. Or what is your major motivation for coming to the gatherings?
It's a little bit hard for me to put my finger on it. I'm a people watcher. I go to the motorcycle rally in Sturgis, South Dakota for the same reason. It's a kaleidoscope of humanity. You can sit in one spot and never get bored because it's just a constant changing of what you're feeling and sensing in all the senses that you have. That's what it is here. Myself, I don't broadcast this, but I do not come here to pray for peace. I would feel that I'd be spinning my wheels. I don't really pray. What I do is I wish. But I'm not here to wish for peace. I feel that that's just, if I've got X amount of energy to wish for, to wish with, it's not going to be for peace because I think I'd be emptying my wish bucket on something that isn't going to happen. So I wish for something that I consider realistic. I have a friend that's terminally ill. I wish her well. I really wish that. I wish for things like that, stuff that's somewhat realistic to me.
I'm really glad I ran into you. Thank you so much for talking to me.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, thanks. It's about 10 minutes before midnight. I'm settled into my tent, in my sleeping bag. What a day. I'm trying to think through all the surprises. I think the biggest surprise was that I'd say all these people are here because they come from sort of one spectrum. We'll call it the rainbow spectrum. So they have something in common because what they have in common is they want to come to a rainbow gathering and they show up. What surprised me the most was the variety of attitudes towards the gathering, their reasons for coming. Some of them really did have what I would call a negative or cynical view of the gathering. And that makes me curious, why would you come? But they all had different reasons to serve or to be on the earth or to people watch. I felt so much more at home here than I thought I would just because people were so friendly. Whenever people noticed I had a microphone, there was one of two responses. It was either attraction or turn and walk away. And for those people who were attracted to the microphone and really curious about what I was doing, I'm really grateful. A lot of delightful people. Most people really were willing to be interviewed. A few people weren't. Many people were uncomfortable giving their full legal name, the name they use in Babylon. As a reporter, I need to ask for a person's name just so that I can verify what they said, or if they say anything that needs to be verified, that can be done. It's really quiet here tonight. Up until about 11:30, I could hear some drumming from main camp, but I'm a 25-minute walk through the woods from the camp, and there's nobody up here in this parking area that's making any noise at all. I'm curious to see what the full circle feels like tomorrow and what people's behaviors are like. I suspect there'll be a full range of authentic desire to be quiet, and then I have been warned that there may be some people who won't be quiet. There may be some people making noise or talking. It'll just be interesting to see what everybody's reactions are to each other. I'd like to speak with somebody from the Forest Service tomorrow, and I'd also like to speak with Shanti Sena members about the whole idea of what to do with someone who has really crossed the line. For example, someone was telling me a story about a woman who felt very violated by a man here. It wasn't a rape, but it was a terrifying experience. And when a group of people went to someone in the Rainbow family who's considered a consultant or an early, which is what they call elders, this person suggested that there are two paths. One is to take the person who violated this woman to the local law enforcement. So the state police or the sheriff in Cuba. The other path would be to handle it through the rainbow culture, which is to have a rainbow council for this person. And that's the method that she suggested, not going through law enforcement. The person I was talking to was really angry about that and said, you can't just take somebody like that, a perpetrator, tell the person bad dog, and expect them to never do it again. And we were talking about how he felt that using the rainbow methodology of just encircling them and listening to them and telling them never to do the behavior again really sort of emboldens them to do it again or maybe even do something worse. I think it's a valid complaint. I also think it's unfair to the victim that there not be some kind of restitution. And I'm not saying it needs to be violent, but I'm really split on this because I am anti-violent. I would love to live in a world where we didn't have to incarcerate people and we didn't have to punish people. And I'm not really sure punishment works. On the other hand, if I was a victim of a violent crime, I'm not really sure I could just forgive the person and not expect them to have to pay some kind of restitution in terms of their time or something. I would be interested to talk with some people, particularly some rainbow women who maybe had been victims, or maybe not just women. Certainly there could be rainbow men who had been victims of some kind of crime, perhaps a theft or some kind of violence. And I'm curious what they feel would be appropriate. And perhaps it just depends on the level of the crime. I was also really surprised today with a level of cynicism or negativity about, oh, I'm just here to people watch, or this doesn't really work. There were several people who said things like that, that they weren't really here to be a part of it, even though I would say, based on their appearance and their behavior and the way they spoke, that I would put them more, I'm sorry, in a hippie category. That really surprised me, to see a division between hippies. I don't get a real strong peace vibe here. I get people sort of minding their own business and having fun and drumming and wanting to do right, but maybe I just haven't met enough people. I've met a lot of really nice people who really do believe in peace, but I can't really explain it. There's just some kind of edge or edginess to some interactions I've seen, some interactions I've had with people. Perhaps it's because I'm part of the media. People are reticent to talk to me or not really trusting of me, which I can totally understand. I had a sense that before I came, I would have an experience of, well, it may not work a whole lot better than Babylon, but at least they're trying. I'm starting to feel that way now, that it's a peace fest, and as one person said to me tonight, it's a fantasy to think that we could live in a world of peace because of just all the conflict, the war, the anger, the reactionism people have to one another, to each other's appearance, religion, gender. I feel right now that I'm being really negative, but I must say there were some amazing people. The man who had HIV positive tattooed across his upper back. What a brave soul. That what he wants to do is not just educate people about AIDS, but he wants to help people be more aware of all their behavior and how it impacts their health and their mortality. It's a huge wake-up call. That to me is a peace offering. The parents who bring their kids here and the delight and wisdom in these children. I was a little nervous walking back along the trail by myself tonight, but it wasn't because I thought anybody would hurt me. I just couldn't see very well in the dark. I knew there was a lot of mud, and there were a couple small streams with slippery, muddy sticks across them. I was so grateful when a guy walked by and I asked him if I could follow him, and he was so kind to me, watching me and slowing his pace to help me and assuring me that we were headed in the right direction. When people are willing to help each other in that way, it creates peace. It certainly created a lot of peace in my mind. I really trusted him, and I was calmer because of his confidence. I do see a lot of that here. I see a lot of reaching out, just acts of generosity, acts of kindness, watching out for each other. Do we see that in our normal daily lives? Perhaps in our families or our workplaces, but maybe not so much, just on the streets or in stores. I was really struck by Jack Spratt. He would not let me down. He insisted on helping me and escorting me and making sure I had a positive experience here and making sure I got to see everything I wanted to and talk to people. And that's another interesting quality of many of the people here, the pitching in. I'm sure it's part of some personality factor, because not everybody pitches in. There's this shared sense of ownership. Even if we're just helping a few people, it helps the whole community. It helps the whole experience. And other people who were escorting me today, it was almost, at one point I finally had to say I'd really like to be on my own. And then I was for many hours. Most of the rest of the evening I was on my own. Both experiences were good. I'm looking at this list of things I wanted to do. And I've covered a lot of them. There are still some people I want to interview. Garrick Beck, I saw him down at the main village, and Plunker. He was one of the conveners of the very first gathering. I'd like to attend a council and see how the decision-making goes. Clearly, I'll be part of the 4th of July meditation for peace tomorrow. I'd also like to talk to a Fire Watch crew member and just find out a little bit what they do. I wanted to do some volunteer work. Maybe that's a possibility that I could volunteer on a kitchen crew if they're working in silence. And I had wanted to go and interview the people at A Camp, which is where alcohol is. I realize now that when I stopped my car several times today, I was winding my way through A Camp. There were a couple people who were clearly inebriated, but friendly. A lot of love. I must say. There may be naysayers out there thinking, well, they were drunk. Of course they were open or friendly. But really there was that connection, that glint in the eye of kindness. Welcome home. Not to say that I want people to have to get drunk to be able to get to that point. I was really surprised at how drunk the people were at 3 in the afternoon or whatever time I came in. I thought, well, they probably wait until the evening to get drunk, but I'm also really curious to go back to the barter row where there are different goods and products available for barter, because I'm interested in how that affects the level of peace here. I was struck about how many white people there are here. The comments that some of the people I interviewed made about that it's not really inclusive. I don't know if that's important or not, but it's striking to come up here and see very few people of color. So I'd say for tomorrow, my main goals are Forest Service, meditation, consensus, kids, maybe do a little volunteer work. It's going to be another busy day. I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm so grateful that I have a really good tent, a warm sleeping bag, and very quiet neighbors.
We're listening to Suzanne Kreider's audio diary from the Rainbow Gathering in 2009. Suzanne's in the studios with me. I'm Paul Ingalls, producer for Peace Talks Radio. So Suzanne, July 4th is the penultimate moment for each gathering. What went down for you in 2009?
Here's what normally happens. On the 4th of July, people wake up in silence. They remain in silence. They gather at the main meadow in a giant circle. If you can imagine thousands of people, 3, 5, 7,000 people in a giant circle in silence praying for peace. People wander in as they get up. I had been told that I had plenty of time, that I didn't need to rush down there because on Rainbow Time, things usually happen an hour or two late.
And everybody was saying this will be happening on Rainbow Time. You don't have to worry.
Exactly. But on paper, they say that ideally what happens is at noon, the silence ends with an Om by 5,000 or 7,000 people. That lasts for about 10 or 15 minutes. That ends in a cheer that signals the beginning of the Kitty Parade, which is this huge celebration. I decided, because so many people had told me not to rush, and because it was raining so hard, that I had time to get down there. But I missed it. It's kind of like sending a reporter to report on the takeoff of the shuttle, but they're still in the parking lot.
This is a reporter's nightmare, actually.
I was so embarrassed. I was talking to a guy under a tarp in Kitty Village. It was raining really hard. He wanted to investigate my microphone. I offered to let him listen to the microphone because he said he wanted to buy one just like it.
Let me turn it down a little bit. That's good. That's amazing. Check 1, 2. Oh, turn it up a little bit.
Then all of a sudden I realized it was about 3 minutes till 12. I started running down through Kitty Village. All of a sudden, I hear this giant cheer.
It sounds like cheering.
I had missed the whole thing.
It looks like the parade has started already. There are children everywhere. Balloon hats. Dogs. Tie-dye blankets.
Almost like Halloween costumes, clowns, spooks, lots of painted faces, butterfly wings. So the kiddie parade is coming through a break in the circle. It looks like they did concentric circles because there were just too many people to do one large circle. The kids are getting a really big round of applause. There are very few umbrellas out here, guys. It's mostly just people getting wet. A lot of folks have hats on. Some have rain jackets, blankets, but most people are just smiling with really wet heads. I'd say it's a pretty steady downpour. Not too many people seem upset about it. Not a lot of cringing or, oh, I wish it wasn't raining. There's a lot of drum beats. It's just a very joyous occasion. I'm sorry I didn't get out here earlier because I would have liked to seen how people were holding it together, doing the peace meditation in the rain. It's really sweet. The parents are walking with the kids. Oh gosh, I just feel so happy. All the jubilation for children. How often do we see that? Just honoring children for being alive. People with their hands in prayer for the children. It's really quite moving. Wet dogs. Oh, there's a cute naked butt. There's a group in front of me who's put up their own tarp. It's probably about 10 people that are underneath it. It really does feel like a breakthrough, like the catharsis from last night. Just a real release, what people have been waiting for. Miraculously, right at the end of the kiddie parade, it stopped raining. Over to my right, I have a collection of about 30 or 40 people. They came running by holding hands. It was the Redhead Parade. And I can certify, well, there's a couple friends there that don't have red hair, but most of them do. It's just really gorgeous. There's some cool bubbles. What I'm going to do is, hi, how you doing? I'm going to go try to find some kids who were in the parade and see what that was like for them. Here's a gentleman with his eyes closed, hands up in the air, palms reaching towards the sky, in silence, feeling the vibe. Tie-dyed t-shirt, magenta, gray, and white. It's looking good. People are happy. It's a completely different vibe. It feels like the 4th of July.
Happy birthday, happy 4th.
Happy 4th. Happy freedom. Oh my gosh, there's a girl with beautiful breasts that are all painted. That's a first for me. I've never seen painted boobs.
You got me.
She's gorgeous. Here's some kids. These kids look mellow. Sitting down, we'll see how their mom feels about this. Oh, here's a bunch of kids. I think I got to Kids Central. What's your full name?
Joshua David Marks,
Where do you live, Joshua?
Oregon.
Great. How many gatherings have you been to?
I don't know. How many are there?
5.
5.
That's awesome. Why do you keep coming back?
Is it fun?
What's the most fun about it?
The parade.
What do you like about the parade?
There's a lot of people, and they're all happy.
What's the best memory you have of any of the parades you've been in?
Last year at Wyoming, 4th of July.
What happened in Wyoming that really sticks out for you that made it memorable?
Our family had a lot of fun when we fire danced.
You fire danced. Tell the listeners what that looked like.
There's a stick with 2 balls of fire on the end, and you dance with it.
It sounds a little dangerous.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
So my show is about peace. What do you learn about peace from the Rainbow Gatherings?
That you don't need to judge, and everybody could be family.
You're kind of an amazing kid. Don't you think? Do you think you're an unusual child?
No.
When you go back to school, are all the kids as cool as you?
They're not like me, but they're like the same.
They're the same inside. Yeah. Anything else you want to tell our listeners? Because sometimes people think that the Rainbow Gathering is kind of strange, or anything you want to tell our listeners about what really happens here and why it's important?
No, it's just really fun, and then there's a lot of people, and then everybody loves each other, and we're all family.
Thanks very much. What an awesome mother you are. Thank you so much. See, this is like why I'm so hopeful about the future. You have an amazing child. Wow, that was like a really unusually loving child. Okay. Hi there. Do you know where your parents are? Do you know where your parents are?
She's at home. I'm waiting for her to check on the baby.
Okay.
I'm just looking for my friends.
Okay. Do you want any help?
No.
Okay.
I was just going up there.
You recognize them?
Their names are Ariel and Darren.
Okay.
One is my brother and one is my friend.
Okay. Well, should we go look for them together?
Okay.
Okay. When was the last time you saw him?
The last time I saw them was at the campsite.
At the campsite? Yeah. So have you been alone the whole time?
Yes.
Huh.
I haven't found them.
You haven't found them. Where's your campsite?
My campsite?
Yeah.
Up the hill, that way, and then that way again.
Okay. Well, what do you think? Do you think we should go up there and look for him or not?
I think they're staying down here.
You do? Yeah.
I think they're there because I never checked up there.
The sun is out and the rain is on its way. It's just huge gray clouds just standing around waiting for the next scene. I'm walking by a giant chess game. Huh. The chess pieces are probably 1.5 feet tall. It's really fun. There's a young man standing on this giant chessboard. He's really thinking about it. He's touching the knight. Now he's walking over to the other knight. And he's moving it. Yeah. Looks like he might be playing with his dad. His dad's got one of those giant multicolored velvet hats on. And his dad wants to beat him. He's reaching for, nope, putting it back down. I don't know my chess pieces. Oh, now he's telling his daughter what to do. Oh, one back. Awesome. one. Hi, you guys. How you doing? Good. Thank you very much for giving the food to the monk. Yeah, that's really, really important. Yeah. So, can I interview you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, first I need to get your full name.
All right, David Schneider.
Great. So, David.
Call me Crazy.
Crazy. That's your rainbow name.
No.
How did you get that name?
Well, I went to the Shawnee Gathering, and I was camped out with this old Native American turtle guy, and somehow it just happened. I don't know. It's a kind of long story. I had a crazy night, and it was just like, it was just crazy, and it was like, Crazy, that's your name, and he did this like, Native American song and dance and put his hands on, and he officially made me crazy, So then that's been my name for like the past probably 12 years. And even like, my nephew calls me Uncle Crazy, and all my, friends and family back in Peoria. But I've been coming to, I started coming into gatherings in '97. So I've been going nationals and regionals. And it's just fantastic.
That is great. So did they call you crazy at work?
Yeah, yep. Matter of fact, I was working one day, and we work in this really big mansion. It's really like, and it was like real like, and my boss said, okay, we're gonna call you David because it'd be kind of weird calling you Crazy. And sure enough, like the first thing they go, I had to go get some. Hey, Crazy, go get. And then, so that don't work, because that's what my name is. So.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What kind of work do you do?
Well, I don't do it anymore, but I was working part-time doing laying flooring and carpet, and stuff, vinyl and whatnot.
Yeah.
But now, like I said, I was telling you earlier, I got this farm, and I'm gonna like do cooperative, self-sustaining, off-the-grid living style, and hopefully get that going on pretty good, and
Yeah. So my show is about peacemaking. Talk a little bit about food, because you brought your own food.
Right.
Some people don't. Some people just eat from the kitchens.
Right.
But you're leaving today, and tell me what your plan is with the food.
Well, I'll go through everything, and I'll as much of it as I can, I'll just give to a kitchen or two. But a lot of people do end up bringing a lot of food out, not realizing that, they don't need to really bring the food out, but what they do, they bring food out, and then they oh, this is a nice kitchen, I'm just going to give all my food to this kitchen. It's like they were making pancakes all night last night. It was like hundreds of people just online out to the end, it's like, and we had these, and they were saying how like, hey, help us out, for tomorrow, because we want to keep making pancakes, because, you help us out, and it's just like, we're just giving it right back to you. Because that's how it works. It's like we give them materials, and then they make the really great food, and then we have food to eat. So it's kind of just, it works. It's like it's true communism. Yes. This is what this is. It's true communism. There's no barriers. There's all these religions and all these types of people from all walks of life. All from all over the world. And we live in harmony, really. We love each other, and we pray for peace. Here we just prayed for peace, and we ohmed, and the louder we ohmed, it started to rain, and then the louder we ohmed, the harder the rain fell, and then when it was over, the rain stopped. And it's just, that's real. That's like we made it rain, and now it's just it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. Together we have the power to bring peace, just with our minds, just with our collective consciousness. We could really much, we need more people to think this way, and let's get back to like providing food for everyone.
And when you say it's pure communism, it's because everybody is equal. They don't need money. You don't nobody had to pay for the pancakes.
Right, exactly. And the fact that so many, every kind of religion, sexual orientation, color, whatever, race, everything. There's none of that. We don't have any of that. You know, we accept everybody for who they are, for what they are, and everybody. You know, it's really this. It's the way. It's the way.
So here we have the dishwashing setup. There's 4 buckets. Looks like one bucket to empty your food. Another one is super soapy. Second one is a little soapy. And the last one is clear water. I believe there's bleach in there. Everybody does their own dishes around here. Hi. Yeah, so actually I've just stumbled into Kitty Village Kitchen. Looks like there's some soup today for lunch. I would like to find some kids. Hey there. Tell me your full name and where you're from.
Caleb.
What's your last name, Caleb?
Detweiler.
Where do you live?
In Pale Beach.
Cool. So, how many gatherings have you been to?
3.
What do you like most about the gatherings? Do you think they're fun?
Yes.
What's the most fun?
That playground.
Tell us about the parade. What happened this morning in the parade? Were you in the parade?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Face painting. Balloons.
Was that a hat that you wore?
Yes.
What colors are those?
Orange, brown, gray.
So my last question is, the Rainbow Gathering is a lot about peace. What does peace mean to you?
What?
What is peace?
Means alone.
Thank you very much. I just feel I can see why people love coming back to this, because I've already made a bunch of friends that I keep running into, and it's really kind of fun, you guys. So Jack just showed me the car key. He needs to go back up the hill just for me. It's a 25-minute walk. Move the car that's parked in front of mine so that I can get out of here. And I'm trying to find somebody from the Forest Service who I could interview.
You know, the best place, I don't know who's left here in the Forest Service, besides myself and a couple other people, and we're purely resource people, we're not spokesmen.
Okay.
I just want to be sure that...
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I love your honesty. That was the second Forest Service agent I tried to interview. They both turned me down. They were very polite, very congenial, lots of nice eye contact, even a tap on the shoulder. I'm so sorry, I cannot speak to the media. So both of them told me to go back to the Cuba Ranger Station, which I've already talked to the woman there, and it's not really helping me. I really wanted to talk to somebody on the ground. But I'm wondering, maybe on my way out, I'll be able to find somebody who's on the road and able to answer a couple questions. Actually, I did get a lot of time with that woman. I can't remember her name. I believe I spoke with Diane, and that was very helpful. I think probably most of the Forest Service is going to say the same thing that she said, and she's the only one who's allowed to speak for them. So it's beginning to rain again, and people are kind of running for cover, eating candy, eating watermelon. It's really a shame, but you could tell that the rain was coming, so it's not a huge surprise. You guys, I have a radio show about peace issues. It's called Peace Talks, and I'm wondering if you'd be willing to just let me interview you for a couple minutes. Sure. Okay, cool. So I just need for you to say your full name.
St. John Paulus.
Yasmin Walton Durst.
Great. Where are you guys from?
Michigan.
What part?
Grand Rapids.
Oh, cool. So how many Rainbow Gatherings have you been to?
This is our first.
What do you think?
It's amazing. It's really cool.
What's the most amazing thing that surprises you?
I don't know how well it works together. Like, I don't know how people just give away stuff and then you do stuff at exchange. It's really cool that, you know, there's no money or anything. It's just people looking after each other. I really like that.
How about you?
I like how everybody cares for each other and everybody loves each other. Everybody is taken care of. You don't go hungry at a gathering, and you don't let a dog go hungry at a gathering. And if somebody is hurt, you don't let them be hurt. I mean, you take care of them, and it's really special how people can come together and do that sort of thing.
Do you ever see that in your own life back in Michigan?
No, I don't. I see a lot of people who are hungry. I was living with some people, and they would make a pot of pasta, but it was only for them. They couldn't share any of it when I was hungry too. And here, you can have half of my meal because you're hungry and I'm hungry also.
Some people who haven't been to the gathering would say, oh, it's just a bunch of hippies. What do you think about that statement?
That's what they think. It's a lot more than that. I mean, a lot of them are hippies, per se, but, you know, it's just a generalization, really. There's more than just hippies here. There's a lot of people. I mean, it's just like anywhere else. You got a lot of different types of people thrown into one zone, one area, and everyone, you know what I mean? Everyone's an individual.
So, is there a definition of what a hippie is?
I guess a hippie would be somebody who smokes pot and wears flowy clothing and has dreadlocks. Or that's like the stereotypical hippie. But I don't know. There's a lot of other people here, and it's just the way people choose to express themselves. And
what do you think? Our show is about peace. What do you think you're going to take back home that you've learned about peacemaking?
Oh, I think that I'll take home the way that we're living like tribally, together in a community, instead of living off on my own, getting my own apartment or something. I'll probably live in more of a community where we're open and giving, and everything is everybody else's. And I don't just own a bunch of things. Me and all of my friends and my family, we all own these things, and we all own this food kind of thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's really peaceful.
What about you? Anything you've learned about peace?
What do I think about peace?
What do you think you've learned here that you'll take back to your life back home about peace?
The idea of working together. I'll be more apt to assist people in need. I mean, I won't just walk by and watch someone asking for something. I'll be more apt to give. Yeah.
All right, thanks very much. Would you be willing to let me interview you for broadcast and webcast?
Sure. Alec Pierce.
How about you?
Bob Williams.
Alec, what's your understanding of why the Forest Service is here?
To help us, to protect us, to make the gathering go much better. However, you know, they're part of they wear a color green just like everybody else wears a color, you know, like the rainbow color. So, you know, there's been Forest Service that are here more than some rainbow family. You know, like Bob Beckley, the guy that's the the incident commander on the resource side. He's been here, 6 or 7? That's way more than a lot of other people have been here, you know. I think they get addicted to it. I've known Forest Service guys that have retired out of the Forest Service and come back. What was that guy? Remember that old guy?
No, I don't remember.
Oh.
I don't know him.
But, yeah, one Forest Service guy was a local ranger, the Peonia Ranger. He retired out of the Peonia and then came back to the gatherings.
Was that the one that said we did less damage than foraging cattle?
Yes.
Okay.
But here's what I don't get. If you guys aren't really hurting anything, why do they keep sending the Forest Service back?
Well, it's their land. I mean, they're the ones that are in charge of monitoring it, I guess. It's not their land, but they're the ones that are in charge of it. So
Bob, how many of these have you been to?
I believe 15.
Why do you keep coming back?
I don't know. I was asking myself that this morning. I guess being a senior citizen, it kind of rejuvenates me.
In what way?
For one thing, it makes me younger physically, and I get rid of a lot of the redneck crap. You know, get back in the old love and peace of the 60s.
Some people say that hippies are an anachronism. Do you think that it's just like, those kids in the park that do the Renaissance simulations? Is that all that we're doing here, just trying to revive the 60s?
You asking me if this is an anachronism? No, it's not an anachronism. What would you call it?
I call it a rainbow gathering.
So our show is about peacemaking. What's the most important thing you learn about peacemaking from the gathering?
Well, this is what this whole scene that you're here today originally was created during the Vietnamese War. It was a prayer for peace, and it evolved from that basically. That and basically the old hippies from the Summer of Love that wanted to get together. At first it's very primitive, and then it's just evolved into this sort of, unstructured 2-week world. I don't know how long it's going to last. It might go the way of Woodstock. So.
Does the Rainbow Gathering? This is my last question, guys. Does the Rainbow Gathering prove that anarchy works?
For 2 weeks, it is the only working anarchy. Well, I was a 60s anarchist, okay, so I've never seen an anarchy work, and this is the only one I've ever seen, and basically it works by a plug-in system. If something needs to be done, you do it, and if other people give you consensus, then you got the job. And for 2 weeks it works. I don't know if it could work for 2 months, but for 2 weeks it does.
Alec, how about you? What do you take back from a gathering about peacemaking?
Take back from the gathering just in my own life, in everyday situations, because there's a vibe that you can connect to. And people, if they feel that vibe, then they know. But I don't know, everyday peace. I come here on the 4th of July for peace. This is really the only event that, you can feel the vibe. I don't know if you felt it, but I feel it.
Thanks very much, you guys.
Okay.
You interested?
Yeah.
Actually, you want to get interviewed?
Sure.
And what's your full name?
Adam Garrett Clark.
Adam, where are you from?
From the Bay Area, California, but right now I live in New York.
What kind of work do you do there?
I work at a community newspaper in Manhattan, weekly.
How many gatherings have you been to?
This is my second gathering. The first one I went to was in 2004 in Northern California when I was in college.
What brought you back?
I've been working in New York for about 1.5 years, and I got a 2-week vacation, and I figured this would be the best way to do something completely different than the New York life in a very short amount of time. So I bought a ticket and hitchhiked from Albuquerque over here.
What about the gathering do you enjoy the most?
That's a good question. I guess being a hippie or the lifestyle of a hippie appeals a lot to me, and I feel like here is kind of the last holdout for that culture. So I come to kind of recharge my hippie levels, go on nature walks and workshops, and just and learn songs and just kind of get back into that culture a bit. There are bad parts to that culture, but there's a lot of cool stuff to it too.
How does that feed you when you get back to New York?
I feel like I learned how to ferment soybeans to make miso paste, and how to make fruit wines and stuff like that. and kimchi. I'm looking forward to going back and doing that at home, and just being more environmentally conscious, because there's a lot of preaching that goes on here, but it's key to take it back home and take this philosophy and this lifestyle back to the city.
Would you call yourself a hippie?
I like to call myself a closet hippie.
What's the definition of a closet hippie?
For me, I don't dress the part. I look like a normal person, but I feel like inside I identify a lot with the philosophy, I guess, of a hippie.
Because you don't look like a hippie, do you feel you're accepted here as much as people with dreadlocks?
No, I mean, I don't, honestly. There is with all cultures, there's people that are more this culture than other people, and you don't necessarily I don't feel like I fit in. At the beginning of this gathering, like the first two people come like a month or so in advance to set up the camps, and I came like before the first, a couple days before the first, and there was mostly just the hardcore hippies with the dreads, and I didn't really fit in. When the first came around, a lot of normal-looking people came in, and the vibe changed a bit. But I guess you just kind of get over it.
I am curious about that, though, because our show is about peacemaking, and I'm curious why there's even separation here when the purpose of this is to build peace, inclusivity. I don't understand that.
Right. I mean, it's not like an overt exclusion, and it may just be my perception that I don't fit in. People are very accepting, and you bump into somebody and they're always willing to greet you, and normally they'll give you a hug, no matter what you look like or how you're dressed. But we're all human beings, so there's always that this is mine and this is my territory. And I don't know, I've heard in the international gatherings there's usually just one kitchen and it's very focused on the center, whereas here we're all kind of, we call it a gathering, but it is kind of a separation because there's all these scattered kitchens all over the forest, and they do get kind of cliquey, and there's these groups, and sometimes you walk through the forest and you see a kitchen and you're like, I don't know if they really want me to hang out there, so I'm just going to keep moving. But we're all trying, I guess, and that's the cool thing. This is kind of like an attempt at a new way of being human beings, I guess.
You're an African American man, and I know you don't speak for all African Americans, but talk about the racial ratios here, because there aren't very many people of color here.
Right, that's true. Yeah, and like I said before, at the beginning, before the first, there was even less people of color, and then as we get closer to the fourth, you see more African Americans, you see more Latinos, Asians, and that feels good to me. I've always grown up as like one of three African Americans in a sea of Caucasians, so I'm kind of used to it. But it does feel a little strange to be. Not only am I not wearing dreadlocks and all that, but I'm also a different color than everybody. So it is something to get over. But also,
how do you do that? How do you get over it, or do you really get over it?
I don't know. I mean, I guess like all through my life, I'm always, a minority. In my workplace, I'm the only black guy there. So it's just kind of a thing. It's part of my life. It's just what I deal with, and a lot of it is my own perception that I feel outside. And maybe it's not what people think. That people actually feel that that I'm not like them or something, but that's also part of the Rainbow philosophy, is that we're all of different creeds and shapes and sizes and colors, and we all come together. But also, it's interesting. I've seen a lot of the African American guys that look a lot like me. I'm mixed, and I've seen like maybe 3 or 4 other guys that are mixed, and they're like my doppelganger or something. It's weird. I haven't gone up and talked to any of them yet, but it's pretty funny.
So, last question. What do you most want people to know about the gathering? People who would never come and think it's just a bunch of hippies and freaks.
Right. What do I most want people to know? That's a good question. That I guess that we're working at something. We're working at a new way to be in this world, and I think it would be best if everybody would come here to the forest. If we could get the whole world, or all of America, to get into the forest from the 1st to the 4th, and all try to work this out, we might figure something out.
It's 1:30 on the 4th of July. It's been raining pretty steadily, heavily, for at least a half an hour. The group of people in the center of Main Meadow is reduced quite a bit. There's probably a couple hundred people out there now. Most people are around the edges, under trees, under tarps. Tarps are kind of caving in from the water. It's gotten kind of chilly, and I'm a bit wet. I'm gonna head back up the hill to Barking Lot and head out. Maybe I'll meet some people on the path. I'm sure I will. Everybody's got a story here, but I certainly have learned a lot from the Rainbow Gathering. I'm walking along the trail about 10 minutes outside of Kitty Village. The camps are much sparser now. These are more people who are just in tents, maybe in small groups of 2 or 3, sometimes tents off by themselves. The trail is pretty muddy now. There's a little stream running down it, and I'm so grateful that I got here when it was sunny yesterday and could put my tent up on really pretty dry ground. It only sprinkled last night, and then when I woke up this morning, I got my tent packed up before the rain. And it's so nice to be in nature and see how we really have no control. Just to be in the rain and the mud, and everybody's figured out their way of handling it. Hello. I've been struck overall with how kind people have been. Anytime I had a question or looked confused or lost, people were always very willing to help. And when they didn't want to be interviewed, that was fine too. They were really clear about that, and it didn't have to create any stress for anybody, me or them. It seemed like a peaceful no. If we could learn from that too. It's gorgeous here when you see really how mammoth this forest is. How green it is. How well it gets along without us. How it figures out everything on its own. Maggie Seeley!